Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we will take item 3. Today we won't take item 2, we'll go straight to item 3. Messages from the President. We have one message I'm informed it's not been read. If it had been read, please kindly forgive me because I wasn't around. It's dated 18th June 2024, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I'll be traveling outside the country on Tuesday, 18th June 2024, at the invitation of the President of the Republic of France, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, to attend the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization Investment Opportunity event on Thursday, 20th June 2024. I will return to Ghana on Thursday, 20th June 2024. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The second message is dated 2nd July 2024. It reads, Mr. Speaker, request for prior approval of Minister of State designate. I trust this finds you well and in good spirits. I am writing to seek parliamentary approval for the appointment of Honorable Herbert Krapper as Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy in accordance with Article 78 of the Constitution. It has been the practice for some time for the Ministry of Energy to be populated by a substantive minister and 3 deputy ministers. In view of the exceptionally heavy workload now attendant at the ministry, it has become necessary to appoint a Minister of State at the ministry, in the person of Honorable Herbert Krapper, who is currently a deputy minister. I would be extremely grateful if Parliament acts expeditiously on this request to enable the full complement of the ministers and deputy ministers to undertake their important functions as soon as possible. I thank you in advance for your cooperation. Yours sincerely, Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo. So before we move on, let me just acknowledge the presence . Oh, thank you, Honorable former leader Haruna Idrisu. I should have referred the request for prior approval to the Committee on Appointment for consideration and report to the House. It is so referred. I'm sure we already have an existing committee, so it will go to that committee. Okay. Honorable members, before I acknowledge the presence of our students at the public gallery, I need to read a formal statement to you on a very important matter, which I believe you all have interest in. This is a statement dealing with the relationship between our Parliament and the National Conference of State Legislatures of the United States of America. It's something that is very key, and I believe it's a milestone that will create opportunity for us to empower and transform this institution called Parliament. Honorable members, kindly permit me to make a brief statement on the nature of the relationship between the Parliament of Ghana and the National Conference of State Legislatures to apprise you on initiative being undertaken by my good self, the clerk, and the Parliamentary Service Board in respect of our membership of the National Conference of State Legislatures. The National Conference of State Legislatures, which was founded in 1975, is a bipartisan institution of the United States of America that shares the belief that legislative service is one of democracy's wealthiest pursuits. Towards the realization of this shared belief, the NCSL supports the legislators and staff of various state legislatures with a focus on policy research and professional development. The Parliament of Ghana's relationship with the NCSL dates back to the years 2002 and 2003. When the then leadership of the House, including my good self, together with the Speaker of the Third Parliament, that is the late Right Honorable Peter Alajeti, participated in a two-phase project dubbed Legislative Enhancement in Ghana, Managing and Administering the Parliament. The project was designed, managed, and carried out successfully by the NCSL, with funding from the United States of America Agency for International Development, USAID. The project identified key legislative officials who, by virtue of their positions and roles, had the potential to influence change and bring about transformation and legislative strengthening, which at the time was a crying need for Ghana's nascent democracy. As part of the implementation of the project, the key legislative officials, including my good self, then as Minority Leader, Honorable Papa Osu Ankuma, Majority Leader, Honorable Osechi Mensah Bonsu, Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Edwedo Ajahu, the then Speaker of the State Parliament, who was then the Minority Chief Whip, and the current Clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Oting Nsia. He was then the Deputy Clerk and Secretary to the Parliamentary Service Board, were invited on a study tour to the United States Congress and 3 other state legislatures to gain exposure into the different typologies of democratic legislative institutions in the United States of America and the respective roles played by speakers, legislators, legislative staff, as well as other political actors such as interest groups and lobbyists. Following the expiration of the project, the institution of Parliament, represented by the leadership of the House, some members of the Parliamentary Service Board, and senior legislative officers have been regularly invited to and participated in the annual summits of the NCSL as observers. For the past 22 years, the bond between the two institutions, the Parliament of Ghana and the NCSL, has grown stronger in many diverse ways and has been mutually beneficial. This 8th Parliament, under my leadership, has upped the relationship with the execution of a memorandum of understanding between the two institutions for Parliament of Ghana to be admitted to the status of the second international affiliate member in April 2023, after the National Assembly of Quebec, Canada, who joined as the first international affiliate member. The National Assembly of Alberta, Canada, recently also joined as the third international affiliate member. So Ghana's Parliament is the second international affiliate member since April 2023. The international affiliate membership status grants the Ghanaian Parliament the opportunity to forge a common front with U.S. state legislatures and other international affiliates to tackle complex and emerging challenges confronting our communities and nations through legislation and oversight. At the 2024 Spring NCSL Executive Committee meeting held in Quebec City, Canada on Saturday, 18th May 2024, the Executive Committee of NCSL approved the representation of Ghana on the International Legislative Advisory Council of the NCSL. The International Legislative Advisory Council is a governance structure created to effectively integrate the affairs of the international affiliate members into the work of the NCSL by providing global parliamentary leadership while promoting cooperation on key policy issues impacting the United States and the international community. The Ghanaian Parliament will be represented on the Council by a Member of Parliament and a legislative staff. In consultation with the former leadership, I directed the Clerk of Parliament to submit the particulars of Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu as the representative of Ghana's Parliament in the Council. In recognition of Ghana's active participation in the programs of the NCSL, a legislative staff of the Parliamentary Service on the Council will serve as a co-chair on the 2024-2025 Inaugural Council. I am in consultation with the Clerk to Parliament to designate the staff for this very important assignment, and also to nominate one of our staff to join the Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu to represent our Parliament in the International Council. Honorable members, in addition to having a voice in global parliamentary governance through the NCSL platform, the Parliament of Ghana stands to benefit enormously from professional development programs, legislative seminars and conferences, access to research support services, and the utilization of relevant information in the database of the NCSL, and benchmarking opportunities to state legislators in the United States of America, among others. We now have the opportunity as a Parliament to have either 2 or 3 sister parliaments in the United States of America. We have proposed to have sister parliamentary relationship with the Parliament of where it all began in the United States of America, where the Declaration of Independence was announced. Now, who can tell me where it was announced? Which state? 1776 Declaration of Independence in America. Philadelphia. That's Pennsylvania. Yes. So we're trying to get sister relationship with their parliament, and then also with the Parliament of Maryland. We also have a request from the Parliament of Kentucky, and they have even invited us to come this year to visit them. Honorable members, to make our access to these opportunities impactful and sustainable, the Parliamentary Service Board is currently pursuing strategic actions that align the professional development opportunities with ongoing reforms of the institution as outlined in the Corporate Strategic Plan of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service. At the level of legislative staff, a variety of curricula on continuous professional development have been designed and implemented with legislative experts from the NCSL serving as resource persons. The focus of the programs currently is to train senior legislative staff to provide the right leadership to transform the parliamentary service to become a first-class public service institution of excellence. So far, NCSL has facilitated professional development programs on leadership, emotional intelligence, communications, social styles, resilience, and rules of procedure. It's very important that honorable members go through this training, because as I sit here and observe a lot of you, you have the potential, but much of the intelligence and skills are yet to be developed, particularly emotional intelligence. A lot of you lack emotional intelligence. Oh, it's a statement of facts. When you attend the capacity building, you will come back and confirm what I've stated. Honorable members, 15 of our senior legislative officers were beneficiaries of this program organized in Washington, D.C., and another batch of 104 senior and middle management level officers of the service have benefited from similar training programs delivered by the NCSL on 2 different occasions in Ghana. In fact, they have come back to testify to me the immense benefits of those 2 programs. And I think our leadership here, the parliamentary staff, you start seeing a difference in their managerial skills. Now, at the level of honorable members of parliament, strategic actions towards achieving full benefits are firmly anchored on the implementation of the revised standing orders of the House, which came into force on the 2nd of January 2024 to address structural challenges that impeded our institutional development and responsiveness. Some of the strategic actions in the form of continuous capacity building for members of parliament will be implemented to tackle some of the institutional challenges occasioned by the high attrition rate of honorable members of parliament. So after every 4 years, we have to take honorable members through this process of not just orientation, but continuous training and retraining. And that opportunity is created now for a larger number of members of parliament than we had as observers of the NCSL. Honorable members, as I sit here, I'm observing those who are interested and those who are not interested. And definitely, I will need to decide who will go and who will not go. That one is a fact, because we need serious and committed people. We will not give opportunity for somebody to go there on holidays. And I'm very serious about this. Now, we are not going to have only leaders of parliament and the staff. We have to increase the numbers so that you have many more members going there, and they also coming here, because it's experiential learning. They also learn a lot from us, and particularly the new rules that we come out with. A lot of parliaments are coming to learn from some of the ways we are trying to navigate around very serious challenges. And they themselves have also seen some of them, and they want to learn from us. So to this end, the Parliament of Ghana will pursue sister parliament arrangements, as I stated earlier on, and programs under the International Affiliate Scheme to build capacity to deliver on the objectives of implementing the new rules of procedure of the House. Plans are far advanced for senior and experienced legislators of the United States Congress and some state legislators to deliver some models of orientation programs for honorable members, starting with the 8th Parliament, but emphasizing more on the 9th Parliament after its inauguration on the 7th of January 2025. Subsequent to this, a number of benchmarking study visits will be arranged to enable honorable members to acquaint themselves with the workings of Parliament in advance parliamentary democracies and the leadership roles required of members of parliament to effectively respond to the demands of the electorate. That is where you come in. Those of you seated here come in. From now till December, we'll be sending some of you to the various parliaments. You also have the opportunity to visit Congress. It's there you see the differences in the practice from state to state. They don't have the same system. Many of us only know about the federal system as it exists in the United States of America. You now have first-hand experience of those differences in the states' parliaments. Honorable members, I, together with the clerk to Parliament and other senior legislative officers of the Parliamentary Service, recently participated in an annual Legislative Leaders Symposium of the NCSL held between 20th and 22nd June 2024 in Washington. I mean Washington, D.C., not Washington State. The symposium was attended by speakers and leaders of various United States legislatures and international affiliates of the NCSL, particularly from Canada. The symposium, which dealt with leadership skills and competences, were very, very beneficial. From my experiences with the capacity building programs and conferences of the NCSL, I am confident that the implementation of programs designed by honorable members, for honorable members under the Parliament of Ghana's affiliation with NCSL would engender the requisite leadership capacity required for the development of our parliament and ultimately our democratic landscape. Honorable members, Ghana's parliament will now pay less fees and dues for moving from observer status to that of affiliate members. And as I said, we also have the opportunity to send many more members of parliament and staff to participate in the conferences of the NCSL, which are annual, and other events. And they usually conduct many more events during the course of the year. This year marks the 50th year since the founding of the NCSL. In making this statement, it is important I acknowledge with applause and great expectations the achievements of the NCSL. I also take this opportunity to, on your behalf and behalf of the Parliament of Ghana, congratulate the NCSL on attaining this milestone. We say Ayuku to NCSL, to the members of Parliament and leadership for the effort they have made and continue to make in the advancement of parliamentary democracy around the world. Honorable members, as part of commemorative activities, state legislators across the United States and international affiliate members of the NCSL have begun passing resolutions recognizing the 50th anniversary as a demonstration of their shared commitment to universal democratic ideals and values of the NCSL. The clerk to Parliament is liaising with the leadership of the House to have the anniversary resolution brought to this House for the consideration and adoption of the House. I want to encourage honorable members to rally behind the leadership of the House during the exercise to reaffirm our commitment to our obligations and friendship as an affiliate member. Honorable members, at this juncture, I want to, on your behalf and that of the Parliament of Ghana, and on my part, recognize and express our profound gratitude to the NCSL, the NCSL Institute for International Cooperation, and the leadership thereof for the opportunity to become an international affiliate member. It is a milestone in the history of Ghana's democratic journey. I am optimistic that besides the benefits we are gaining from our affiliation, we will, in pursuit of the best practices to be attained, become a model democratic body for the benefit of the people of Ghana and other African nations. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless the Republic of Ghana. May God bless the Parliament of Ghana and other African nations. I want to thank you for your patience and attention. After reading this statement, I don't want anybody to come to lobby me. That would be an exercise in futility. I will actually use it to disqualify you. That one, as a father, I will welcome the greetings. Yes, so we now acknowledge the presence of our peoples from Dodi Papas Senior High Technical School, which is located at the Akan constituency. We have as many as 60 present here. They are led by one gentleman called Doche Noah Delali Yao, referred to as government teacher. I don't know. And the subject government. Oh, okay. I also studied it. So, on behalf of the Parliament of Ghana, I warmly welcome you to your house. And may I see the teacher? Oh, yes, he's leading from behind. Yes, you are most welcome. We encourage you to come more. There are a lot you have to learn about Parliament and assist us to communicate to the constituents about what we do here. So it's a pleasure to have you, and you may now resume your seats. You are warmly welcome again. We now move on to item 5. Correction of votes and proceedings. Honorable members, we will commence with the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting dated Tuesday, 2nd July 2024. Page 1. Page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much. Page 13, Mr. Speaker, item 11, Ghana Standards Authority Pricing of Cement Regulations 2024, that you rightly refer to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a major preliminary constitutional issue. Pursuant to the Constitution of Ghana, Article 11(7), and the standing orders of this House, and by our practice, the instrument will become law after, with your indulgence, when I quote Article 11(7), after the mandatory 21 days. Mr. Speaker, in practice, we've not had the benefit where the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation will present a report to this House to debate the matter and to take a decision pursuant to our mandate and role as representative of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is a major issue, cement. It affects the construction industry. It affects people with desire to build houses and own houses. It affects people in the supply chain. It affects manufacturers. And if we so allow this instrument to pass like many other instruments without a report back to plenary, the people of Ghana may hold this parliament responsible of not living to protecting the interests of Ghanaian consumers or those who may be affected by this instrument. So, Mr. Speaker, my first call on to you is to make a request that whatever it is, before the expiration of the 21 days, the Committee of Subsidiary Legislation must oblige this House, the National Assembly, an opportunity to delve into this matter and to make consequential recommendations that will affect a matter which borders and affects all of us. Then, Mr. Speaker, the constitutional issue that I'm not close with it, but I'm minded to test this matter in the Supreme Court. The Constitution in Article 11 provides that before a regulation, there must be dependence on a parent act, which parent act, as referred to in the standards, is the Ghana Standards Authority Act 2022, Act 1078, Section 80. The Speaker, Section 80 uses the word sale and advertising. This is pricing. Do they have a mandate to regulate based on 80? That's constitutional. The Ghana Standards Authority, Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege to be Minister for Trade and Industry, is an institution to regulate standards, phytosanitary standard, not pricing. Mr. Speaker, Ghana cannot go this low. That in a democracy and a country, liberal, where market forces must determine prices, we have a minister acting to regulate pricing in the name of the Republic. This is not to be contemplated by a government that believes in property owning democracy. Pricing. You want to regulate pricing because you cannot control the exchange regime and control the stability and strength of your city. Because of it, you want to regulate and dictate that this must be the selling point of cement. That's because cement affects everybody. And therefore, my request to you is that the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation must necessarily walk back to this House before the expiration of the 21 days so that this House can make an input into this pricing regime. Whilst I look at other options of testing the law on the rightness or wrongness of invoking a parent act which does not mandate that institution to do pricing. That I will explore, as I said, in other forum. But Mr. Speaker, for your purposes, it's been late. And yesterday, for some good reason, this side of the House probably was not here, so these matters could not be raised. But you want to regulate prices of cement, then tomorrow, come and regulate the prices of petrol and diesel in the same manner. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a major issue. My concern is about the procedure. Because what we are doing now is correction of votes and proceedings. And I think that is an oversight by the former leader. Majority leader, just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Very well.
Yes, don't.
Yes.
Please. I know this game. I know this game. I know this game. So keep your cool. Keep your cool. Yes, you know, this is happening because of the nature of the parliament we have. A hung parliament has given us the opportunity to always dialogue and go through these things together. This instrument, I recall the last meeting, there was frantic efforts to get it through. People, the members sat together and we agreed that there was more to it than the eye could see. And I think that recommendations were made. The minister took it back and looked at it. And it came, I wasn't presiding that day, I think it was second deputy speaker, and he referred it to the committee. The proper thing would have been to discuss what is being discussed now at the committee level and to form part of the report of the committee. Now that you have raised it, I will now have to create space for others to also make statements on it. And so, even though we're doing correction of votes and proceedings, I will allow some comments from members. Then from there we can proceed. But usually that's not the practice. But I know the political capital involved in these matters. So my daughter will have the opportunity. Then after that, I take one from this side and then one from the right side. Then we can move on. Leadership will want to contribute. Okay, no problem. I'm here for you. Yes, Honorable Adjoa Safo, MP for Domi, Kwabinya. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for creating the room for this side of the House to also comment on the issue that is being raised by the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the former leader. Mr. Speaker, with respect to procedure, I think that you've made a statement on it, so I will shelve that because you are the law is in your bosom in this House, and you have created space for it. Other than that, the timing and in terms of procedure, I think that if the former leader had waited for us to finish with the vote and proceedings, then we could decide or comment on that. But Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, yesterday, Honorable Agboja was present when the first deputy speaker made the referral. So I want to put on record that the former leader stated most of the people on his side of the House weren't around when the referral was made. I beg to differ with the former leader. We actually had the minority chief whip and other members in the House when the matter was being discussed and the regulation was laid by the Honorable Minister for Trade. Mr. Speaker, the referral in the first place was made to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. And if you look at page 13 of the Votes and Proceedings, a referral has been made, and so the committee, I presume, would then meet and present a report to the House. Mr. Speaker, to preempt anything before the committee meets, Mr. Speaker, and presents a report on this floor, none of us will have any locus to discuss the referral that has been made. A referral is made to a committee. After that, the committee meets, and Mr. Speaker, we present a report to the House. Then we can debate on the report. But I think that the former leader respectfully is preempting a discussion on the matter. Again, at the committee level, there's full representation from the minority side, Mr. Speaker. So if issues of the scope of application for this regulation is outside the parent law, which point the former leader is stating that this one is dealing with pricing and does it application of the parent law. That I agree. But as to where that discussion ought to be and the attention of the minister drawn to it, until the committee does its work and presents to this House as a speaker, it's rather, it's rather, and so let's wait and not put the cart before Mr. Speaker. So I just want to say that the minority former leader has a point, a genuine one. But let's do it properly so that it's captured in the proceedings as such. Let's go to the committee, let the committee present a report. If the suggestion ably made by Mr. Speaker, if it's anything to go by, I think that at the committee level, when it's discussed, and if it comes to a plenary, and we ought to go back to the committee and make sure that it fits within the scope and application of the parent law, we will do so and present it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Well, I'll listen to Mutala because he was the first to be on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to emphasize on some of the points raised by Honorable Haruna Idrisu. But before I do that, I had a challenge. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have the capacity to question the directive given by the Speaker in the matter of referring the issue only to the Subsidiary and Legislative Committee. As a member of the Trade Committee, my expectation was that it would have been a joint committee, considering the fact that the issue, if indeed it is carried away, will be implemented by agencies under the supervision of the Ministry of Trade. The Ministry, the Committee for Trade and Industry, works directly with. So I had some challenge on that matter. But I sat in that meeting as a friend to the committee. And there were very serious issues and concerns raised by members of the committee. Mr. Speaker, nobody, and I have had some conversation with members of the committee, they never saw any amended, LI. Now, as we sit today, I don't think that there's any LI that talks about price control, because that was the heading of that particular LI. But yesterday, before it was laid, we were made to understand that there were some amendments and that the thorny issue of price control has actually been substituted with price reporting. Nobody knows what price reporting is all about. If indeed it has to do with just changing the heading, what happens to the content? If it has to do with changing the heading, then what happens to the content? Mr. Speaker, and I would want your guidance. If we are changing the thing from price control to price reporting, we need to know what constitutes price reporting, and if that would change the entire content of the LI, then it ought to be relayed. The process ought to begin again. I agree with Honorable Haruna and Honorable Adjosafo that once the matter is referred to an appropriate committee, after the committee works on it, the report ought to be made available to members of this House. Nobody saw any report. Even me, who sat at that meeting, I demanded a copy of the report. No report was given to me. No, the amended bill was not given to any of us. LI was not given to any of us. My colleagues here demanded the amended LI. The only changes, and I stand to be corrected, the only changes I think was effected in the amended LI has to do with changing it from price controlling to price reporting. My understanding also is that, Mr. Speaker, when such matters are referred to an appropriate committee, various stakeholders, in this case in the matter of cement manufacturers, ought to be consulted. I had a discussion with Honorable Ayeni yesterday, and I suggested that it would be appropriate to engage the cement manufacturers. And he said that was a fantastic idea, that it would be appropriate to engage them. You listen to them, that they were not consulted. Members of Parliament, we didn't even know the changes that were effected in the LI, yet it's been laid. And the moment it is laid, the days will start counting. So this idea of people could have made inputs, I thought that we could have exhausted some of those things before the LI is allowed to be laid yesterday. And if you listen to the statement made by Honorable Agoja, he said, my understanding is that the thorny issue of price control has been dealt with and it's been substituted with price reporting. And I think that there are very serious issues with regards to the LI, which I think that, Mr. Speaker, with your experience, you need to direct so that the right things can be done, even if it means truncating the process. So we do the right thing as far as this cement regulation is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the procedures in this House has not been exhausted. And I do sincerely believe that what the Honourable Member for Tamale South, the Honourable Member for Domi Kwabena say, are the same thing. Mr. Speaker, they are the same thing. We need not belabor the point. Yesterday, the Minority Chief Whip responded when the LI was late. And he did say that there was an agreement that price control should be removed, and so that it's done. But if it has been done, you can consult the other papers, that if it's been done, then they don't have a problem with it. So, Speaker, that is what transpired here. So if it's so coming back that maybe not everybody is aware or seen the new LI that was laid yesterday, the only appropriate place is to go to the committee, have copies, discuss it, and see whether your concerns have been reflected in or not. So yesterday, we also are aware, Honourable Member, that when LIs are laid, by the fact of a Supreme Court ruling, you cannot even correct a dot. But you are not aware of the LI that was laid. That is what we have been told. If you are aware, let us know. But it has been referred to the committee. So why don't you go there, get the LI that have been made, make your comparison with it, and then say, it can be done. This House has withdrawn LIs. We've even withdrawn bills. So I think we should proceed with this too. And then the Speaker will then ask that the report comes early enough. The report must not be allowed for the 21 days to pass. Once the report comes and these concerns are raised, Mr. Speaker, I think your direction will be listened to and we can make process. Thank you.
I'm told that it's now the turn of leaders. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the former minority leader is right. Mr. Speaker, he's speaking from experience. Mr. Speaker, he not only cites matters regarding the bill, he quoted from the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there have been instances that the Subsidiary Legislation Committee bills or instruments have been referred to them, but they failed to act timeously, and those instruments become law. That is the caution the Honorable Haruna Idrisu is giving to this House. And the Speaker, I hold in my hand a report from the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation, a memo from the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee to leadership. And if you read the conclusion of that memo, it emphasizes the need on what the Honorable Minority Leader is saying. Former Minority Leader is saying. Mr. Speaker, in the memo, the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation himself has quoted emphatically that when they met during the pre-laying session, the stakeholders were not consulted. And he mentioned their names, cement manufacturers and all those things, they were not consulted. That's because Subsidiary Legislation Committee legally take into consideration the instrument and just oppose it with the Constitution. If there are no legal or procedural flaws, then they say you can go ahead to lay. But the Honorable Former Minority is saying that we may not have the numbers to truncate the process. But once you lay it, it's a moving train. So if you have such a memo, and it says that the committee is saying that we recommend A, B, C, D. If those recommendations are revised in the bill, then it can be made. But he has not been getting the opportunity to even see it. Mr. Speaker, he's a former Minister of Trade and Industry. We are not making good use of our own. We have a former Minister of Trade and Industry who is a former minority leader and a member of the House. So when he talks, don't just say that, oh, what you are raising is premature. You have only 21 days. The 21 days, Mr. Speaker, if there is a bill which touches on everybody in this country, it should be this instrument. Mr. Speaker, who buys cement more than anything? You go to tell your constituency, oh, I need 100 bags of cement. You have to go and procure. That we want to construct a school, you have to go and procure and go and donate. So we are all stakeholders. But he's saying that the Subsidiary Legislation Committee must sit on time. Don't wait when it is about 1 week for the instrument to mature. Then you call a meeting, go and bring a report, knowing very well we may not have 183 members to truncate this process. That's what he's saying. Bring it, consult the stakeholders. Members who have interest may come. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, at the end of it all, you and I know, oh, it was Parliament that passed the instrument. It was your member on the minority who even chaired the committee. Then the blame will be shifted to we in the minority. Mr. Speaker, we will not sit down for such a matter to be repeated. And that is why we are giving a caution. So the call from the Honorable Haruna Idrisu is a caution that sit early, consider the instrument early, invite all the stakeholders. If there are matters concerning it, let all of us together. The cement manufacturers who were not consulted, the minister failed to consult them. Mr. Speaker, we may not know the reason. But we represent the cement manufacturers. We represent the stakeholders. We represent the good people of Ghana. We represent the contractors, the masons, and everybody. So we must create the opportunity for them to meet us. If the executive or the government is running, the minister is running away from them, we must be calling them. They must present their case to us. And that's the opportunity we want to create. That is the opportunity we want to create. We will not sit down after 21 sitting days. They say, oh, by Article 11.7, the instrument has become a law. Then people will be feeling the impact. Then you yourself will be feeling the impact. The minister may not be minister forever. You may not be in power forever. Today you are here. In 5 months' time, you are going to be here. So when you are passing instrument that you will be here to feel the impact. You will be here. In 5 months' time. Mr. Speaker, you and I, you know, not so long we were there. And all the laws that we passed, not so long we are here. Tomorrow you are going to be here. Imagine this will be your seat. Yes, from January 7, this will be your seat. So Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking from experience. We are passing laws and we want to pass a good law so that when you are here, you will not suffer too much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a worthy call, and I support that call.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the submissions by various colleagues, and I thank you for the opportunity to put the matter in proper perspective. Mr. Speaker, when the minister approached the House for the laying of this instrument, the House prevailed upon him to follow the practice and convention which has become known as the pre-laying convention. Tried as he did, the House said no, submit yourself to pre-laying, which the minister did. But Mr. Speaker, in the process, this House met its own cul-de-sac by law. We hit the wall, which was when the pre-laying considerations are done. Since the pre-laying procedure is not known by the rules of the House, how will they report? The matter came before us. The matter came before us. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the concerns that were raised were supposed to be captured in reports. But unfortunately, because pre-laying cannot be such a formal referral, the records could not capture same as such. That is why the chairman of the committee, the respected former Deputy Attorney General and the Professor of Law, Dr. Dominic Ayini, could not present a report before this House. However, Dr. Dominic Ayini, the chair of the subsidiary legislation, submitted a report to the leadership of the House. Mr. Speaker, colleagues are not paying attention to my submissions. Mr. Speaker, I have with me the conclusion of the report, and I shall read it in full. This is what the chair of the committee submits to us. Quote, the committee recommends to leadership that if the draft instrument is revised along the lines proposed by the committee, the Honourable Minister may lay the instrument in accordance with Article 11.7 of the Constitution and the Standing Orders of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, there wasn't any bad faith from the side of the minister. Mr. Speaker, all the amendments proposed were incorporated. Mr. Speaker, all the amendments that the pre-laying committee proposed, Mr. Speaker, all those amendments were factored. Mr. Speaker, I beg of members to pay
attention to the matters on that day. Mr. Speaker, so every single input was considered. Mr. Speaker, so the instrument that was laid was a new instrument, which instrument had factored the concerns of the subsidiary legislative committee. So, Mr. Speaker, there was no problem at all. Now, my respected senior at the bar, the former leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the MP for Tamale North, Mr. Speaker, I stand to be corrected. The MP for Tamale South. Mr. Speaker, the MP for Tamale South. It's okay. Argues that, Mr. Speaker, certain concerns cannot be addressed because the instrument has been laid. Mr. Speaker, that's the impression you created. Mr. Speaker, the impression he creates is that because the instrument has been laid, it's as if the horses are bolted and there's an empty stable. No. In fact, Mr. Speaker, all the issues were covered by the committee on subsidiary legislation, headed by the respected Dominic Ahini. Mr. Speaker, the right thing was done. The right thing was done. So it isn't the case that, Mr. Speaker, the instrument came back in its former shape. Everything was considered, and Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, which I will seek your leave to tender through the table office, Mr. Speaker, I would make this report available, because as it is, the report is not part of the records of the House, but with your leave, I will make it available. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I would want to say that although we have enacted our new regulations, our new rules, but it is important that since pre-laying has become a practice of this House, we may have to now consider enacting on pre-laying. We may have to consider it, because we all know that when it comes to Article 11(7) of the Constitution, nothing can really be done. Of course, there's a judicial pronouncement. You will need a 2/3 of this House to amend or do anything to that instrument. So, Mr. Speaker, that issue would have to be addressed at the appropriate time. But to conclude, let me say that the argument by Honorable Haruna Idrisu to the effect that this instrument has no relationship with the Parents Act, Mr. Speaker, I beg of him, I would want him to revisit the law. I know that he was a former trade minister, but I know the way sometimes he makes his argument. He knows the way he knows what he wants to do with this. I know when he feels strongly about the matter, he will come with the Parents Act and quote. He did not do this on this occasion. He has enacted his own jurisprudence to, Mr. Speaker, spearhead and find his way around. But I know the way he argues. When he feels strongly about matter, there's a way he pursues it. The minister is not in breach of the Constitution. Neither is he in breach of any enactment of this House. I just want to make that clear. And you know that. Mr. Speaker, I'll rest my case.
Yes, your name was mentioned.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank you for your magnanimity to allow for comments on the request by the former minority leader, and also seek your guidance on the best way to approach this matter, given the fact that we are told and we are educated to understand that when instruments of this nature are laid, like it was done yesterday, the days begin to count. And yet, in the votes and proceedings, you will see that the referral was made to the Subsidiary and Legislation Committee to consider. And the former minority leader's call is to the effect that the report of the committee be brought before the 21 days. And yet, again, in the argument, I've heard the lawyers say, and I seek your education, that we don't even have the opportunity to change even a letter or a word in that document. So I'm wondering what this whole conversation will lead to. But with your experience and guidance, I just wish that you will also factor in the concerns, especially of those who will be most affected by this LI. Mr. Speaker, I have done some little work and noticed that just this month, a company, one of the companies, brought in 47 metric tons of Portland cement, 47,000 metric tons. And the taxes on it alone, Mr. Speaker, were 20 different taxes amounting to about 21 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, and so when you look at the challenges that those in the industry also go through, it becomes unfair or unfortunate to consider this without their great input for us to arrive at a position that will serve both the consumer and also the importer. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope you factor this in as you guide the House as to how we meander this situation. Thank you very much for your guidance and wisdom always.
Honorable members, enough is enough. I just decided to allow comments to be made because of the importance of this instrument to the country, and particularly the people who represent here, so that they know that Parliament itself is also concerned about the instrument that is being considered. There will be no need for them to start agitating. They will wait to see what Parliament will do. We have here a serious challenge, and that challenge is Constitution. The challenge is from the Constitution because the instruments are junior laws and they are delegated by lawmakers to either the executive or agents of the executive. That is done through laws passed by this House or the Constitution. And so to have a provision in the Constitution saying that when those delegated legislation, delegated by the House, is being brought to the House has no authority to touch them by way of amendments. That is where the challenge is from. And so for some time now, since 1993, the House has been struggling to navigate this serious challenge. And as a former chairman of the committee, from 94 to 96, we initiated this prelim process. Because as former chairman, I submitted a report which led to the annulment of an instrument by this House. And the executive didn't take kindly to it. But there is enough notice to the executive that the checks and balances in our system works if we also decide to exact our pound of flesh. There are many things that the executive cannot also do. That's one. But because as representatives of the people, we act more as parents, and so we are receptive and magnanimous enough to try and solve these things in a very harmonious way. That's why we don't come all out to try to prevent the executive or the judiciary from doing some things. We are very receptive people. So this challenge has been there. And this article is entrenched. So until it's amended, we'll continue to face this challenge. The chairman of the current committee, submission legislation, had no business submitting a report, whether to leadership or to any person. There is no legal basis for it. So I'm surprised you are referring to a report that the chairman submitted to leadership. There is no legal basis for it. He could have met you and verbally given you a brief, but not submit a report. That's one. The other thing is that I would have, if not because of the seriousness of the issue, ruled the former leader out of order. Because, as I said, we're dealing with collection of votes and proceedings. But this is a serious matter. If I had done that, the public will take it up, that this matter was raised, and the House should have taken consideration of it. That's why I allowed it for us to do that. And you have done well by drawing attention to it. But please, it is 21 sitting days, not just 21 days, 21 sitting days. And we always calculate it as administrators of the institution of parliament. I cross-check with the clerks to make sure that it's the 21 sitting days. Sitting days could include the days that we are not supposed to sit, but we sit, like Saturdays or Mondays or sometimes even holidays. So we calculate all. The other point I want to emphasize is this. The information I got is that the deliberations of the committee at the pre-laying were factored into a new laid. That is what I was briefed this morning. Because I wasn't available. The challenge that we have is that they say the instrument is laid, but the instrument has not been distributed to members. That is a challenge. Once it's laid, it means the copies are available to be given to members. So how come that members are saying that they don't have copies? The chairman has just arrived, and maybe he will be in the position to tell us whether they were giving copies of the instrument. If they have been given copies of the instrument, then the concerns that were raised at the pre-laying should have found expression in the new instrument. Chairman, is that the situation?
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister responsible for Trade and Industry showed me a copy of the revised legislative instrument. Mr. Speaker, the proposals that were made by the committee were all taken into account. In fact, the sticky point in the draft regulation, Mr. Speaker, was Regulation 4.2. And Regulation 4.2 basically dealt with the power of the Ministry of Trade and Industry through the Cement Development Committee to fix the maximum allowable prices. And the committee took a view that that should not be permitted. By consensus, both sides of the House in the committee, that is the minority and the majority, came to the conclusion that we should not allow the ministry to set the prices of cement. So Regulation 4.2 was taken out, and then the proposals of the committee were to guarantee transparency in the pricing of cement. So the requirement now is that the industry will submit to the committee the Cement Development Committee, the ex-factory prices, and then the price build-up, so that within the Cement Development Committee there will be discussions as to how to stabilize the pricing of cement. So the power to fix prices of cement has been deleted. So what was laid yesterday does not contain any provision relating to the power to fix the prices of cement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the instrument has not been made available. Yesterday, what was shown me has not been made available. Even my committee members who don't have it. No. Mr. Speaker, the minister showed me the copy, and I got a. No, what was late? I got a copy which I gave to the chief whip on the side of the minority to satisfy him that the changes have been made. But even personally, I don't have a copy of the instrument.
Mr. Speaker, let's play the game. Mr. Speaker, let's play the game in all fairness. The chairman of the committee has spoken to the issue. Where I feel he made the point was on the issue of the availability of the copies of the instrument. Mr. Speaker, I made sure, as a leader of the House, that the minister had made sufficient and ensure that the clerk at table, colleague hear me out, respectfully. Mr. Speaker, that the clerk at table had sufficient copies before the laying. Mr. Speaker, with greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, copies were made available and we at the front bench ensured that the copies were sufficient. So that, Mr. Speaker, let's be fair. Mr. Speaker, the chair of the committee, I insisted that even before the laying, the minister and the chair should go through. I told the minister that this is about the integrity of the chair of the committee, who has signed a document and appended a signature to say that until the concerns are all incorporated, this instrument should not be laid. He went through with him, and as he made it submitted to the House, all these were captured and a copy given to him for his leaders to also see that the right things have been done. And all these were done. If some members were not available at the time the laying was done and they want copies can be made available to them. But let us not impute improper motives, and let us not create an impression that the minister did not do the right thing or the laying was not properly done. Let us in the least refer to the issues. Mr. Speaker, all copies were available. I so submit, sir.
I don't want us to prolong this matter. Please, enough is enough. I mean, let's end it. Let's end it here. I think that we have been too gracious as a House. In fact, when the chairman spoke, Chairman, I listened to you attentively, and I was surprised that you ended by saying that you yourself don't have a copy. How can you give something to somebody that you don't have? Because you said you gave the copy to the minority chief. How do you do that?
Mr. Speaker,
because this matter, you are the authority. You are the chairman of the committee. And a copy is shown you. It's not just shown. You took one. You said we showed it to you. Now, your evidence has shown that one was given to you. And that one that was given to you, you also handed it over to another person, but you yourself don't have any copy.
Mr. Speaker, the draft instrument that was given to me so that I would be able to verify if the amendments had been incorporated.
Yes.
I duly did that. I sat here and I did that. But I wanted to satisfy my leadership that the memo I sent to leadership was in the right direction because the incorporation has been done. So I handed over the draft instrument to my chief whip. And then I was hoping that after relaying, sufficient copies will be made available to members. Mr. Speaker, that wasn't done yesterday. And the chief whip did not return my copy to me. So that is why I'm saying that as I speak, I don't have the copy.
Imagine now you are in the witness box and you are being cross-examined. Are you telling me this will be your testimony? We've been very gracious as a house. Well, usually when you come to present the word in the standing orders and the order paper is to present. Now in practice we say lay. When you do that, it is put at the clerk's table. A copy of what you are presenting is put there on the table. That is why they say lay. Then it's now the clerk's responsibility to make enough copies. If he hadn't received enough copies from the sponsoring authority, not any other person, not leaders, but the clerk to Parliament. And so because we relaxed these rules, they are now being abused. But there's a very critical issue that Honorable Haruna Idrisu raised, that the LI has no basis because the Parent Act does not give any such authority of pricing. That is what the former minority leader raised. But he went further to give notice that he intends to proceed to the court on this matter. He said it. Please, he used the word court and he also used other avenues. And yes, use the word exploring other avenues. Please, let it be known that when it comes to law making, until all the processes in this house are exhausted, there is no business for anybody, including the courts, to consider. Because the Constitution and the enabling legislation takes care of all these challenges. Until, if it is a law, it is assented to by the President, judiciary has no jurisdiction to try to pry into it. This is notice. We have to take this seriously, or else our legislative authority is being taken away from us by other agencies and arms of government that should be resisted by this house, or else your being here is of no consequence. The law is very clear on this. And so until a bill is assented to by the President, nobody has any business to take that process that is being considered by the House to the court. And I don't want to preempt the judgment of the Supreme Court in this matter. But I'm giving notice because on daily basis, I'm being served with rates as a party on matters that are being considered by the House. That's why I'm compelled to say these things. And so please, I know that the former minority leader just say he will exploit, but he will not proceed to do so. I know that. Yes, chair of the lesson, yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I wanted to let the House know that at the committee level, the issue of the statutory basis of the regulations was raised. And in fact, it was raised by no less a person than my good self.
Okay.
I was the one who said, if you look at the Ghana Standards Authority Act, Act 1078, under Section 80, the minister has power to make regulations to govern certain aspects of the operations of the Standards Authority. Now, the core mandate of the Standards Authority is in respect of standards or the quality of goods that are produced or manufactured in Ghana, not with respect to the pricing of those goods. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I did refer to Section 2 of the MPA Act that states the objects of the National Petroleum Authority, where it is explicitly mentioned that the MPA shall regulate the petroleum pricing formula, or make regulations for the petroleum pricing formula. And so the explicit reference to price contrasts markedly with the Ghana Standards Authority Act. And so the minister was saying that because Regulation 80F refers to selling, and I said the selling must relate to the quality of the goods circulating in the market and not the price. For instance, if you are advertising a substandard, a product, and you are circulating it in the commercial system, then Standards Authority's power is kick-started. It can be revoked in respect of that product. So, Mr. Speaker, when I raised it, I was ably supported by the Honourable Member for Akachi South, the Honourable Bernard Ahiefo, and we argued the matter within the committee. But my practice is always to rely on the Attorney General for a final say on what they have advised government. And so I asked the Attorney General what their position was. And they said their opinion was that Section 80 provides a statutory basis. I told them I disagree with that. I also asked the drafting division of Parliament to provide me with an opinion, in fact a written opinion. And that written opinion also said that they support the basis of the regulations in Section 80 F and R of the Ghana Standards Authority Act. Mr. Speaker, with that, I decided that we will proceed with the regulations at the pre-laying level, and that I was going to raise it in the final report to the House, and let the House then take a decision whether or not it will throw out the regulations. That wasn't for me to determine at the level of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what happened at the committee, and I have the Honourable Ahiefo here with me, who also, partook in the debate at the committee level.
You see, honourable members, the danger is that by the standards set by Article 11.7, this House may not be able to measure up to that two-thirds majority to annul an instrument that the House itself is convinced has no legal basis. That is the challenge and the danger. That is the challenge. And so I will advise, I'm not directing, I will advise that the sponsors of the instrument should take a second look at it. And if possible, withdraw and capture it in the appropriate language to come within the statutory limits that we have. It's just an advice. It's not a directive. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you see, we will take your guidance, but Honourable Chair of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, I know your firmness when it comes to your opinion. I'm saying I know your firmness when it comes to your opinion. I have done so earlier. Mr. Speaker, you see, I have the report with me. The issues that are being re-argued were all addressed. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, you don't have the report with you, but if you...
There is no such report known in law.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, I've said so.
Don't refer to it. There is no such report known in law. And it's not before the House. So don't keep on referring to it.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to their documented deliberations. Their documented deliberations, no report. The documented deliberations signed by the chair. Mr. Speaker, this is what he says. The committee therefore recommended that Regulation 4 be revised to deal with the issue of price reporting. So, Mr. Speaker, all about the statutory fitness raised were addressed. And in your earlier submission, and that is why I want you to carry us along, that the issue of pricing was dealt with and done away with. What became the issue was the reporting. So you give a line of recommendation for price reporting. Mr. Speaker, but that notwithstanding, this is a
Majority Leader, I've been given a copy of what is alleged to be the instrument that was laid. And the title says, Ghana Standards Authority into brackets, pricing of cement regulations 2024. Is that the one?
Speaker, with the greatest respect, as you know, we read and give an interpretation to a document as a whole.
Yes.
I would pray you, Mr. Speaker, I would pray you that although you have read the heading, the title of the regulation as saying so, the actual content, which content is a reflection of the deliberations of the subsidiary legislation, must be considered. However, Mr. Speaker, however, I heard you loudly when you advised that the minister takes a second look at all the concerns we have further discussed here. Mr. Speaker, I will carry it to him. But I will carry that to him so that we can come back. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, honorable members, thank you so much. Yes, you've been itching to say something, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is to seek your guidance. You have given some guidance this morning on the appropriate time to challenge a bill or the content of a bill that is before this House. It has to be after the President has given his assent. That is a bill. We are dealing with a subsidiary legislation, which is an offshoot of an act of parliament passed by this House and assented to by the President. You have been the chairman of the subsidiary legislation committee. I recall when you were chairman, I was working for an NGO, and I used to support you consider, some allies. I think it is one of the things that inspired me to come to this House. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that anytime that we have to consider an ally, there is a preliminary legal issue that has to be determined. Is the bill or the ally properly founded on the substantive legislation? That's the first thing that has to be determined. The question is, who should make that determination? Is it the Speaker to admit it and allow the Minister to lay it, or a committee, because the committee does not have any authority until the ally has been laid, as we are seeing today. The committee has no authority to make any recommendations whether or not it should be laid or not. It is after it has been laid and you have referred it to that committee that its jurisdiction is now founded. So at what stage do we make that determination that a minister is acting competently by bringing the LI that he has laid? Or if we also take a position that once it is laid, then the only applicable provision will be 1157. That means that the only whether or not the minister has competence doesn't become an issue. It is whether or not you are able to mobilize, the two-thirds majority of the House to throw it out. Otherwise, the minister can bring an incompetent LI, and you will have to live with it because you couldn't mobilize two-thirds of the House to tell him that he has brought an incompetent LI. So at what stage must that determination be made? Mr. Speaker, you've seen it all. You are chair of the committee. You've been majority, minority leader. You've been deputy speaker. You are now speaker. You are a seasoned lawyer. Tell us at what stage must that very, very crucial legal determination be made? Because I've seen so many allies that personally I feel, are not founded on the authority of the minister. Like in this instance, I was deputy minister for trade and industry. This country moved away from price control many years ago. Look at our constitution. Our constitution is founded on a liberal market system. And our constitution protects the private sector. It protects industry. Their right to fix prices based on how bad or how good your macroeconomic indicators are. You can't downgrade this economy, put in place systems that have led to macroeconomic indicators collapsing, and then the market is responding to it. And you run to this House and say that we should fix prices.
Honorable member, you have now moved away from law to politics. Please, you all know it. You are very, very brilliant lawyers. You all know it. You can't put something on nothing and allow it and expect that it will stand. It will fall. It will fall. One, the issue you raised, if anybody is minded to take it up, it is the enabling act that the person can take up to court. That enabling act. As to the draft subsidiary legislation or delegated legislation that is purported to have been issued or made by whatever authority is not known in law until it is processed and passed by this House. The challenge we have is the Article 11, and that is what I stated earlier on, because we have mixed the concepts in our Constitution. The concept of the representation of the Member of Parliament. When you want the Member of Parliament to be focused on plenary sessions, you don't want the same Member of Parliament to be at the constituency all the time, so he can focus on that. And that's why I usually refer to you people to look at the mandate of the MP. If the MP is always expected to be at the constituency all the time, he cannot be on the floor. So when you are looking for a percentage of the presence of MPs in the House, and you put it at 2/3, it means you are saying that the MPs should not be at the constituency. Or when you put a provision in the Constitution, and members should be guided by this. When you say that a member cannot absent himself continuously without the permission of the Speaker for 15 days, in other words, you are saying the member should be focused on the plenary session. Meanwhile, in practice, the constituents expect the members to be present in the constituency on a daily basis. And so the two cannot work together. So the percentage of 2/3 is so high that it cannot be met. In fact, in practical terms, it's not only the constituency. We know the number of times that MPs are called outside even the jurisdiction of this House, or even in the oversight responsibility of this House. Members are constantly in other areas inquiring into activities of ministries and departments to report to the House. So they cannot be
on the floor of the House at the same time. And so anytime you try to get this, before we started the Burgess doctrine, it was because of this. I had to mobilize as the chairman of the subsidiary legislation to get a large numbers of members on the floor to support me to annul that instrument. That instrument also came from the same Ministry of Trade and Industry. And the members were present, and I differed from the position of the committee, which I chaired, and assigned the report. But on the floor, I sought the permission of the then Speaker, Right Honorable Daniel Francis Annan, to disagree with what the committee has stated, which he permitted. And I managed to convince the House that that instrument had no legal basis. And the House agreed, and we annulled it. And that raised a problem in government. At least there was some reprisals. And I myself was seen differently by the then government to which I belong. You see, so these are lessons we learned. And that is why in bringing the instruments, I say the sponsoring authorities should always make sure that they comply with the law and get the House to have some inputs, come to consensus before it is laid. Now that this one has been laid and you are still raising issues on it, I don't know what we can do apart from the advice I give. If the minister agrees to the guidance and advice, they will come and do the right thing. If they don't agree, then this House, we are having a serious challenge. But after that, one can take action legally on it. After it passes through, a member can take the matter to court. And that one, the neighbor will be properly grounded in law to do so. That is the only time any person, not only member of parliament, any person could take that instrument to court, and the court will have jurisdiction to listen to it. But I'm saying that until we finalize the process, whether subsidiary legislation or an enabling act, nobody has any basis in law for taking that to the court and calling on even the Supreme Court or whatever to deliberate on it. The court has no jurisdiction. This is our arena. I don't want any rate to come to me again considering things we are dealing with, particularly legislation. That's why I'm saying this, and I hope that the media will carry it. Please, can we now conclude? I'm still doing correction of votes and proceedings. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Mahama Yariga took us away from the issues before us. It has to be stated on record that government is, yes, but I must also correct that. Mr. Speaker, we are not, government is not regulating the prices of cement. Don't create that impression, Mr. Speaker. If for nothing at all, Mr. Speaker, the provisions are here. The regulation, the purpose is to promote competition. Is to promote competition in the industry. That is what the purpose of the regulation says. So, Mr. Speaker, that impression must not be created. That is all, and I would want to rest my case.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the title of the LI is Standards Authority, Pricing of Cement.
It says pricing of cement. Regulations. Mr. Speaker, so it is obvious that this is an LI meant for the regulation of the pricing of cement.
Honorable members, he says, mind the engine, not the body. So let's go on. Let's go on. But he has taken my guidance seriously and says he will report to the minister concerned. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, we want to listen to them, but the content of the document doesn't lend support to what he's saying. Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to Section 80 of the law that they base the regulation on.
I thought we have handled that.
Mr. Speaker, we haven't.
It was raised by Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and it was emphasized by Honorable Chairman of the committee, then also by Honorable Ayarga. We've gone past that.
Mr. Speaker, we have not, because what they laid yesterday, which they claim that they have moved away from the pricing, is still contained in what they laid yesterday.
Yes, that
I am not doubting it. I'm saying that. So what you speak to and say that we have departed away is still contained in the instrument.
Please, is the same. They refer to it. What we are saying, they actually refer to it.
Mr. Speaker,
so, yes, let's hold on. We'll see what happens. I can only call on the committee, particularly the chairman of the committee, to continuously be vigilant and to draw our attention so that we are not taken by surprise. Before the 21 sitting days, our attention is drawn. We will know how to handle the House to make sure that the right thing is done. Not the wrong thing, the right thing is done. With this, let's complete the correction of votes and proceedings. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 15, yes.
We bring it in after you have.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, at page 15, item number 17, the motion. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is that we appear to be using two standing orders at the same time. The standing order 1041 relates to the new standing orders. But then it continues to say that the report of the committee on mines and energy. Mr. Speaker, under the new standing orders, we only have a committee on energy. And I note that even this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the Committee of Energy has caused his committee's report to be presented to us. I think we'll be going into a matter they have. And he has signed as chairman Committee on Energy. But our votes and proceedings, we are referring to Committee on Mines and Energy, which belongs to the old standing order. So, Mr. Speaker, we need your guidance. We have to
Honourable Member, you are correct.
What we are doing. Are we using
the cable office will take note of it and make the necessary corrections. You are right. We are using the new standing orders, not the defunct standing orders. Honourable Members, page 16. Honourable Members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting dated Tuesday, 2nd July 2024 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Please, with your kind indulgence, I just take 5 minutes suspension, and I'll be back soon. The House is accordingly, sitting is accordingly suspended for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, please kindly resume your seats. We will move on to statements. Statements. We have a few statements to take today. I admitted 2 main statements, and one of them involves the majority leader who has been called to duty. So I'll grant him the opportunity to make his statement, and then after that, his deputy and the other leadership could take over. So, majority leader, please stand for statement now. You may do so.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the topic rising impunity in Ghana, a threat to democracy, the role of the political class. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana has long been celebrated as a beacon of democracy and stability in Africa, a testament to the resilience of our institutions and the activism of our political class. However, beneath this grace lies an emerging reality, the detrimental effects of our politics. The political class is increasingly consumed by a desire to outdo each other, leading to measures aimed more at undermining opponents than fostering national progress. While the political elite focuses on electoral battles and building political capital, a significant portion of the population, including the youth, is being left behind. Consequently, the demographic potential of our youth, often praised as a critical driver of development, remains largely untapped. Entrepreneurship and employment opportunities are scarce, and even those few opportunities face challenges. Our artisans, often criticized for their work attitudes, are losing jobs in the construction sector to artisans from neighboring countries, even for basic tasks we once took for granted. The potential for entrepreneurship is further diminished as people increasingly prefer to invest in the money market, deterred by the prevailing work attitude from setting up businesses. Mr. Speaker, the government has significantly addressed these challenges through social intervention programs. However, these initiatives alone, without the united support of the political class, may fall short of delivering the comprehensive result needed, resulting in the counterproductive outcomes to our reasonable gains over the years. The consequences may be dire for our stability. Throughout history, frustrations and disillusionment among the masses, including the youth, have led to significant social and political unrest. The recent Gen Z activism in Kenya serves as a striking warning. To prevent such scenarios in Ghana, it is imperative that the political class collaboratively take proactive and comprehensive measures to address underlying causes of public discontent. Our preoccupation with political maneuvering should not blind us to the reality of public expectations. Let us all recommit to a national agenda that not only leverages the potential of our youth, but also unlocks the massive development potential often associated with the demographic dividend. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the leader of the House, the Honorable Afenyo Makin, on rising impunity in Ghana, a threat to democracy, and the role of the political class. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, as is rightly pointed out, and Mr. Speaker, you are leading it yourself, we are celebrating 30 years of democratic governance and practice. Related to our history, we are proud of the achievements we have made, notwithstanding that the democracy dividends have not paid off to the satisfaction of many Ghanaians. But at least, Mr. Speaker, we have a democracy. A democracy where fundamental human rights and freedoms are respected, a democracy where freedom of expression is guaranteed, a democracy where many Ghanaians are able to ventilate the way they feel about being governed and about the political class. But Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in one aspect of his statement. We, the political class, and Mr. Speaker, yourself and the first Deputy Speaker will recall that Professor Michael Quay at any time reminded us of the preservation and respect of Ghana's political class. If we give out ourselves, and Mr. Speaker, yourself, you repeatedly said it, we expose ourselves to ridicule, and we expose ourselves to humiliation, and we expose ourselves because of mutual respect. And Mr. Speaker, it's simply because in Ghana, we have reduced our politics to a contest of persons and not a contest on issues and ideas. It is no longer what is your merit and contribution to the governance process. It is now about who are you, where do you come from. No, Mr. Speaker. So the political class, Mr. Speaker, I heard you only some 24 hours when you were in Kumasi. You made some informed comment on ex gratia, gratuity, who deserves it, political class. We go out to create an impression that only MPs benefit from ex gratia and gratuity. But for many who read your statement in Kumasi and now understand that every person who belongs to Article 71, not just members of Parliament, benefit from it. And at least, Mr. Speaker, you shared what the thoughts of the foundation members of the Constitution was. How do we ensure that public service is public service and that we are not corrupted because of appetite, because you fear that the state will not take proper care of you? That's why the state says that go home with a gratuity. But Mr. Speaker, even in this House, you have had time yourself, opportunity yourself, previous speakers from Justice Anand through Alajete, to ask members of Parliament here to withdraw insulting words on the floor. Even when our standing orders rebuke it, we use it. You address a colleague member of Parliament as if he's from the streets, and you want the political class to be respected. We must respect each other, demonstrate respect for our persons and what we do if we want to be respected by the public. But the denigration, we denigrate each other. Mr. Speaker, so leader, thanks for it. Now developments in Kenya, yes, Ghana must be guided by it. Our rulers, including members of Parliament, when we sit here and pass laws on taxes, which has consequence on citizens, we should be mindful of what we do, and that a dissatisfaction by the people, their lack of appreciation of what we do, and if they so think that we are not serving their interests, you may not be able to prevent the happening of Kenya in Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, this House must sit right Take, for instance, today, we are blaming government. I'm not talking about this current government. When you talk about government over borrowing, it is because this parliament slept. When we say Parliament of Ghana, where were you when government overborrowed? Because the authority to prevent and limit government to borrow is vested in us. But because of excessive partisanship, when government was borrowing, we were all happy. We failed to limit that government should not borrow beyond a certain limit. The country today is going through a crisis. We all know it, an economic crisis, because this house slept and allowed government to overborrow and plunge this country into an unsustainable debt crisis. The Ghanaian citizens cannot be happy about it. This is not what they expect us to do. The speaker today, cleverly, you accepted even a comment on cement. Yes, we are playing the devil's advocate because we didn't want the public to say that is Ghana's parliament sitting aloof, unconcerned about us when prices of cement are being dictated. So at least you gave MPs an opportunity to ventilate where you stand on this matter. But Mr. Speaker, I think that I should commend the leader. By he himself, you yourself, you must provide leadership. Leadership not just, leadership not just on the floor here, but outside parliament. If I repeat it, I would have betrayed the proverb my mother shared with me. Mr. Speaker, how on earth could the leader be discussing a matter of MP's car loans in the media when you spoke about tax exemptions and the huge sums of money MP spent? I wasn't happy, but as I said, I'm trying to avoid. I'm just saying we should know what we put out. Don't worry, that's why I'm speaking at a low tone. I'll share with you on low tone, but you will remember. So leadership, provide leadership, not just on the floor, but lead us. Then, Mr. Speaker, consultation. There are those who think that compromise in politics is a weak model. It has never been weak. In every democracy, there are compromises. Whether in the House of Commons, House of Lords, in Congress, in every parliament. There are negotiations in every parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, brilliant comment, good timing. Unemployment remains a major crisis in our country. This parliament must be seen supporting initiatives and policies to deal with unemployment. That should go beyond our partisan differences. Beyond our partisan differences. Then recruitment. But Mr. Speaker, Ghana has a problem, and maybe we should say it. I think, and I see First Deputy Speaker, you've been going to Pan-African Parliament. Maybe Ghana should shift to the South African model of constitutional democracy. This model of winner take all is the bane of Ghana's crisis. Mr. Speaker, I know you have publicly professed this. The winner take away all. The 1992 Constitution, that is the major defect of it. Maybe the South African model will work for us. Then proportional representation, all the parties based on your strength will be part of managing the resources of the state. We have to look at it. A comprehensive review of the Constitution. Then, Mr. Speaker, finally, when the NDC is in government, businesses in MPP suffer. When MPP is in government, businesses in NDT suffer. We must find an end to it. Even employment and recruitment is narrow. Yet, unemployment does not know party color. The young man wants to have a living in order to keep his home decent and probably even provide an opportunity to keep a family. With this comment, Mr. Speaker, I commend the leader of government business, but he must provide the leadership himself. Charity, they say, begins at home. Come now, when you lead, we will support you to succeed. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Atachia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the statement coming from the leader of this august house. My heart goes out to the bereaved family in Kenya. I learned if there are loss of lives by reason of the demonstration and the rest of it. And I want to say that the government of Kenya should stay strong. One of the major dynamics of government is for it to have security, so that where we have excesses in terms of human behavior, they should be contained. Madam Speaker, I want to make reference to our own constitution, because I am of the humble view that it is the rule of law that gives sanity to any nation. If we do not have the rule of law, but we have the rule of man, or the emotions of men, and society will be a place of anarchy. What you feel you want to do, because maybe you are not getting what you want, you find expression in violence. And I would never endorse any form of violence, even if people claim they are hurting. So let me refer to Article 21, which the marginal note talks about the general fundamental freedoms. Article 21(3) of our Constitution. All citizens shall have the right and freedom to form or join political parties and to participate in political activities, subject to such qualifications and laws as are necessary in a free and democratic society and are consistent with this Constitution. Madam Speaker, when we have dissent, when some people believe that they are not having the best as they want to have, what is the recourse? If the recourse is to violate the laws of a land, and then, if you like,
just a minute, honorable members, first deputy to take the chair.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. When people have grievances, and when it is so found that even they have legitimate grievances, and then they are even hurting, what is their recourse? Is violence an instrument of social engineering? We should answer that question. I am of the humble view that insofar as people who have elected to come under a constitution, you cannot use violence to improve upon the constitution. Yes. Yes. If the constitution is not the fundamental law to govern a people, then let's tear the constitution into shreds. It's of no consequence. If somebody believes that his feelings should overrule the constitution, that is anarchy. That is pure anarchy. I do not see where we have any serious constitutional rule, and people are saying that let violence also be part of a democracy. That's pathetic. It's a monstrous contradiction nobody should encourage. When people want to demonstrate, they demonstrate within the rule of law. So they secure permits. If there are no permits, they are even giving police protection for them to do what we call decent demonstration. But if you believe that there are certain things in the nation that I don't like, they go and set the Supreme Court ablaze. And people should clap for it. What kind of chaos is that? If you believe that some taxes are so high, it's hurting maybe half the population, you appeal to where they make the laws. We use rationality and engage Parliament. So we change the laws. We don't say, by reason of how we feel, let's set the Parliament on fire. When you burn a Parliament, does it change the laws? The kind of things you are looking for. What will violence achieve? So with the greatest of respect, I am of the view that nobody should be there and say that, look, if even we have bad governance, the way to, correcting bad governance should be people taking clouds and assegais, and then they're going to burn state institutions, and where is democracy then? If we have chaos in democracy, what is the purpose of the rule of law? What is the meaning of a constitution if it doesn't guarantee us our sanity? Are we going to be in a society in which people obey their feelings? Or we all pay obeisance to law? When people are dissatisfied with situations, they are recourse. They go to the courts of law. I overheard the speaker saying that even if you lay a legislation and for one reason or the other, somebody is dissatisfied that we didn't have pre-laying engagements, and therefore they can see challenges with it, the rest of it. They can go to court and then set it aside. There are people who have been trained to interpret the Constitution, they set it aside. That is the safest way to live. So at the moment, I am not saying that what is happening in Kenya is something that I'm fighting those who claim they went on demonstration. I'm saying that example ever that let's use violence in the midst of a constitutional rule is a pathetic aberration, and nobody should encourage it. When we don't have solutions, it will never be in the area of violence. I've never seen any society that has a propensity for violence that secured progress, economic development. You can look at all the areas where some, excuse me to say, renegades have taken half the nation as theirs. They hate constitutional rule. They won't go for elections and win elections. They believe that using the barrel of a gun to go and protect where the oil-rich area is, and the country is dismembered because of the violent propensity of some members of the society. The examples are there to multiply. I'm praying to God that our constitutional dispensation should continue. When a government is underperforming, we are civilized enough to put the government out through the ballot box. We shouldn't go and believe that when you are very violent, it's evidence that you are civilized. I don't believe that you can equate violence with civilization. And this is where I end my contribution to what my leader has said. We should never promote violence. It is not a panacea for the challenges in a democracy. I'm grateful to you, Honorable Speaker.
Practically everybody here wants to speak. So should I start from seniority? The most senior member is Honorable Ayaga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps this is one of the most important and profound statements to be made on the floor of this House, because it is a statement that goes to the very security of our democracy. So, Speaker, I have had cause several times to be very worried about our democracy. And I have told a couple of people that being formerly a member of the ECOWAS Parliament and going around the sub-region, witnessing what has happened to one democracy after the other, being at the center of some of the mediation efforts and the efforts to resolve conflicts in some countries, and what has now become of the ECOWAS sub-region, I have had cause to be very worried. And so the statement that our leader has made, the majority leader, is indeed very appropriate, because it gives those of us who are members of the political elite, political class, an opportunity to deeply reflect on the democracy and what is happening in our country. Let us not forget that fundamentally we are seeking to operationalize a liberal democratic system. it has its structures, it has its values. If we undermine the structures and we undermine the values, we are leading it on a very short path to chaos. That's the fact. It is based on the structures of separation of powers and checks and balances. If we don't respect the principle of separation of powers and we undermine them, trust me, we will be destroying the democracy. As we speak today, ask yourself, what is the level of public confidence in this parliament of ours and in us as individual parliamentarians? I must be honest that sometimes it is not too exciting to introduce yourself as a member of parliament, because the citizens are losing confidence in the institutions. What is the level of confidence of the citizenry in the judiciary? How confident are they in the judiciary? In some cases, people will tell you that there is even an even lower level of confidence in the judiciary. The citizens feel that the judiciary is not holding the rest of the branches, to account. Just as the parliament is also not holding the executive arm of government to account. And as for the executive arm of government, I think that the least said about that arm of government, the better. So because we are failing as institutions to hold each other accountable, people are losing confidence in democracy as a mechanism that will ensure good governance. That's why I said, first, it is based on a structural concept. And if you undermine that structural concept, you will be undermining confidence in democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, as for those of us who are members of the political elite, both in the judiciary, in the executive, and the legislature, we must understand the pillars of democracy, the values that inform democracy, and work to uphold those values and work to defend those pillars if we are to sustain confidence in the democracy. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we must understand that democracy was meant to achieve an objective. What is the objective? To deliver on social and economic goods to the rest of the population. If the democracy is not delivering social and economic goods to the rest of the democracy, they will prefer an alternative, and the nearest alternative they will see is a military regime. I have seen in our own sub-region, not so far from us, go to Niger, go to Mali, go to Guinea. So within this sub-region, when people have lost confidence in democratic structures delivering social and economic goods to them, they will clamor and support an alternative, even if it is a violent alternative. Don't be deceived. You can see what is happening in Kenya. And here today, it started in another country, Tanzania. It is moving. That is how the Arab Spring began. Because people are discontented and they are dissatisfied with their democracies and their governments. Because those governments are not delivering social and economic goods. There is corruption. There is inefficiency. There is laziness. There is inequity in the society. When these become the hallmark of a society, people will be discontented and they will ask for an alternative no matter what it is. Even if tomorrow they will regret that alternative. But temporary, that is what they will support. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that our own leader has made this statement, and we in the political elite must find ways and means of restoring confidence in the democracy. We must fight corruption.
We must fight greed. We must work hard to deliver on the social and economic goods that we have promised the citizenry. And we must run transparent and accountable governance. And we must hold each other accountable. The legislature should hold the executive accountable. And then we must also hold the judiciary accountable. And the judiciary must also hold the legislature and the executive in check. Unless we do this well, confidence in our democracy will continue to dissipate, and one early morning we will wake up and hear that it is no more. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Regional Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this statement was very well delivered. Mr. Speaker, I believe that democracy definitely has to deliver democratic dividends. That's correct. Some of my brothers have talked about economic and social goods. It is also very correct. But Mr. Speaker, as a country, I believe that it is time that there are areas that politically we should be able to connect, compromise, and deliver these goods. There are certain areas in our national life we should be apolitical. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that in some jurisdictions, their form of government did not deliver those goods, and therefore there were revolutions. Mr. Speaker, it is also a fact that the revolutionaries were always consumed by the revolution itself. If you take the French Revolution, and even the Ghanaian Revolution, it is a fact. So why do you have to go back to the things that did not solve any of our problems? At least democracy has shown consistently that if you are patient with it, it will deliver the goods we are looking for. And therefore, I do not subscribe that no matter the fault with our democracy, we should encourage anybody to stamp it out. Mr. Speaker, if we take the statement made by leader, you realize the large chunk of his statement was on creating wealth and entrepreneurship. And I don't want us to lose sight of that fact, because he was looking at solutions to the problems that we have. He's not creating new theories. Why should people uprise and turn the country upside down? Mr. Speaker, I believe that this country is one country that concerns itself too much with unnecessary politics. From January to December, all the radio stations will talk about politics, 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 when we should have the time to talk about creating wealth. Mr. Speaker, not a single television station or radio station in this country does even 2 hours of business discussion in this country. Not a single one. And I want to be challenged on that matter. Mr. Speaker, if we are in a country and we cannot own the productive assets of this country, how can we create the revenue even to provide the social welfare we want to provide? How can we? How can we? All the productive assets in this country, they belong to foreigners. From the mines to telcos to even the big construction companies. These are the issues that we need to sit down as political leaders and take a decision on them. Can we close the radio station and say, look, you have to do 16 hours of business talk and do only something for the others? It is a country that we are always complaining on radio. And I know for a fact that nobody, no critic, is built a statue for just criticizing. We need constructive input. We need to start changing the mindset of our people so that we can own the productive assets, create the wealth, and then we can do the social service. Apart from that, what are we talking about democracy and democracy? That is not generating the wealth for its own people. That is generating the wealth for other people. In a country, it's fault. Why? It's just wrong. It's just wrong. We need to change our mindset and start looking at the positives. Look at how we can generate wealth for ourselves and our own people. Mr. Speaker, if this parliament can do that, I believe that will go a long way. In fact, I remember when I came to parliament the first time, anytime we did discussion, Honorable E.T. Minister will come to us and say, because we want to put our sides together so we can sit together and do something for ourselves. I remember when free SHS was being done and Honorable Napo was the minister. And he came with the idea of the free SHS secretariat. Honorable Mighty Opoku Prempe. I remember I called him, I said, Napo, why do you need the free SHS secretariat for? And he said, Kobe, it is likely some people will start sabotaging it. And it was true. The same democracy, people started sabotaging free SHS. So if it had not been that secretariat, the political debate was clear. Everybody wanted free SHS for our children. So we can give opportunity to a lot of the young people in our country. Today we have free TVET. And I encourage our young people that instead of following blindly other people, they should get a skill. They should have a red card mentality of looking for opportunities and create wealth for themselves and their family and their communities. When they're able to do that, people will not be interested in people just making noise, revolution. We don't need revolution in this country in the 21st century. If we have fought with our democracy, all the men in this house, and women, men and men, let me put it that way, women and men, we should sit and look for all our faults in this house. Parliament, we can do it because we represent the people. And let's find solutions to those problems. And we are able to do that. All the unnecessary demonstrations will just vanish and go away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate.
Leaders, will you help me? I started from leadership. I don't know, the most senior members, that's right. Now, who is the most senior? Nilante Van der Poel, yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote from the statement made by our leader, and he said, quote, the last paragraph, our preoccupation with political maneuvering should not blind us to the reality of public expectations. Mr. Speaker, I have had a very wonderful experience in Nairobi with colleagues from this house. Mr. Speaker, it is not something to be happy about. It's not something to cheer. But I want to go back to my fellow brother, friend, and colleague, Honorable Atachia, and to say this. Sometimes people will do the wrong thing for the right reason. Because when we push people to a level and they reach their zero tolerance level, they definitely will react. Mr. Speaker, let's not be deceived. Everybody wants peace. Everybody will want to go by the right procedure to address issues. But when people have a feeling and a sense of judgment that they are not being given a fair and level playing field, they will definitely react. It's a human reaction and there's nothing you can do about it. Mr. Speaker, we were in Kenya 2 weeks prior to 25th of June. The youth and the Gen Zs have demonstrated. Mr. Speaker, what their hearts was the fact that Tuesday, in spite of all their protestations, the National Chamber and the Senate sat and passed the finance bill. That is what we call impunity. That is when we, the political class, decide not to listen to the feelings and the cries of the people. And they never thought they would endanger the lives of their people. But do you know what they said? They said they don't care about the executive. They care about us, their representatives, who have disappointed them. Because they voted for us to hold the executive in check. So if the executive has brought to us a finance bill that is going to scorch them further, that is going to strangulate them further, and we then represent their representatives, we fail to defend them, then they are turning their anger from the executive to us. That is why it is important that we value our position in this house. Mr. Speaker, this statement is timely if first we members of this house will take a cue from what has happened in Kenya and understand that the people who vote for us are more important than sometimes the political decisions we take. That we have a bill before us that the people outside who voted for us are not happy with. But because of political convenience, we are ready to even break heads to let it go through. Against the will of the people, they will react because they will soon lose confidence in our ability to defend their interests. Mr. Speaker, recently I heard Reverend Archbishop Duncan Williams say that we are moving to the level where the danger before us as a nation is that big majority of the youth who feel hopeless and don't see any hope in the democracy we have it. Just 3 days today, I heard Mr. Francis Poku talk about the dangers of the youth badge. When 57.2% of our youth are unemployed and have no hope of getting employed today or tomorrow. Professor Kwesi Eni also accentuated the fact that the danger staring at us is expressed wholly in our national security strategy. But unfortunately, as a country, we have a strategy and we don't care about that strategy. Mr. Speaker, we should not be deceived. Yes, we can preach and preach and preach peace all the time. But when people think that the impunity of the political class is beyond their endurance, they will definitely react. Today, as we sit here, the perception out there is that the executive is corrupt, the judiciary has become a political pawn, we the legislature are selfish and uncaring. Thank you. You can add more. And so they have low expectation in our ability to fight for them. And that is a danger. Mr. Speaker, I think from today, if our own leader has accepted that we in the political class have closer to the frustrations of the majority of the people because of our selfish interest. It's that expression, summary. That's the interpretation. If we go back to the second paragraph, it is important that even though violence is not something we will cherish, we abhor it and we don't want it to ever happen, it is a wake-up call to all of us to change the way we do things in this. Whether the executive, the legislature, or the judiciary, we must take the Christian virtue of being born again and know what we need to do in order to make the aspirations of the ordinary person there who queue from morning till evening to vote for us see us as beneficial to his interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you're taking your... Yes, I want to hear a lady's voice. Oh, sorry. Let me go here before I come back.
You are going to the running mate.
Yes, Honorable Member for Menchia South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, man, they said, is a social being, and the basic necessities of life must always be tried to survive and satisfy. What are the basic necessities of life? Food, shelter, and clothing. We decided to live in groups to ensure the security of such, so that the brawn does not become the rule of law. We've moved on as human beings, and now we talk about good governance, rule of law, sanctity of contracts, living with peace, abiding according to the will of God or the purpose for which God created the person. Definitely, since day one, somebody would be a leader of a society. and the leader of the society must first and foremost act to protect the citizenry. Nobody should be allowed to take the rule of law into their hands. But more importantly, if you seek to lead, the foremost thing is to ensure that the food, shelter, clothing of the individual is well looked after. So there are good countries in the world where there are dictatorships, but there is the provision of these amenities for the people, and they don't agitate. And there are a good number of countries with the best democracies, but they are not the provision of these, and people agitate. But we must understand that people may agitate, but people may organize agitations for personal gain. Because the masses that go on the street are not those who benefit from the agitation that the masses do. And it's even more dangerous to democracy, where people purport to support democracy, but purport to ideologize agitations and agitations and agitations. We should know that a country called Ghana, in our 60-something years of survival, of living, of being together, we have seen it all. We have seen it all. People led agitations in the interest of society, and we ended up worse than they came. The fundamental thing I want us to understand is that if we all claim we believe in liberal democracy, we must be tolerant of each other. We must prevent and be each and every's keeper, and prevent the fact that because we are not in leadership, the country must burn. Because we are not in leadership, the country must burn. And that is the problem we are seeing. When the majority leader talked about race amongst us as political elites, what he really meant is the race to the bottom. You did this to me, and I come and I do worse, forgetting that your time is for a fixed period. Some can't tolerate hardship. Some can't tolerate hardship. And the instantaneous gratification of some, that they must always be in power, is what leads some to agitate. Not that they don't know the truth, or not that they don't know the right pathway. The lessons of Kenya has been lived in Ghana before. The lessons of Kenya has been lived in this country before. Let us vow as leaders that we have to collaborate and compromise and be patient to wait for your time. God gave us two things in this country. He gave us a lot of human resources and a lot of natural resources. But for the benefit of the country, we have to add value to both. The value addition to human resources is education, skill training. The value addition to natural resources is translated into finished products. Let us team ourselves together and say that any Ghanaian who goes on the streets to agitate is agitating for something good, hopefully. But it's not being provoked or egged on by people who are very, very comfortable. And after the agitation, they will go and live in their houses and hope that they are protected. When there is an insurrection in country, the people who suffer most are the poor. We go after millions and think that we are ostriches. It won't come to us. It will come to us. It will come to us. And we have to understand that in this country called decided that never again will somebody wake up 4 a.m. and announce on the airwaves, I've taken over. Because for all our experiences, they have never led us anywhere. The GDP of the country at a certain time of a certain coup, and after a certain time of democracy, well, Ghana was worse off. The only time in this country that we have had economic growth, consistent in economic growth, maybe not at the pace that we all want, is between 1992 and currently. Never in the period of country that we have such consistent growth. We should be lucky and thank God for the blessings God has given us. The only thing that fails when an insurrection comes, the only thing that is destroyed is the seat of democracy, and that is Parliament. Executive continues and judiciary continues. It's Parliament that loses out. So we should not use our mouths, we should not use our tongues to wish us unwell. Ghana, God has blessed Ghana, and let us all strive to live that. Thank you.
I give it to the lady.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Haruna was speaking, he made references to former speakers. I do not have the benefit of sitting here and listening to them, but I looked at you because he mentioned you and I saw you nod, which sent a signal to me that you agreed with what he was saying. My benefit is only Right Honorable Speaker Bagbin, your good self, and the second Deputy Speaker. So I do not know how things have happened before we started telecasting them. So my contribution really is based mainly on what I've experienced in this House since I've been here the past 3 years. Mr. Speaker, rising impunity in Ghana, a threat to democracy, the role of the political class, is a statement that I want to applaud the leader for writing. It is short, succinctly put, and has a lot of wisdom in it. And so, leader, thank you for writing. However, Mr. Speaker, impunity rising in Ghana, some things that have happened here since I've been here may have contributed to some of the concerns that have been raised by the leader. For example, Mr. Speaker, I was born in Birmingham to a military father, and I married one. I have high regard and high respect for the military. The Ghana Armed Forces has been celebrated around the world during peacekeeping and all. But on the night that I was inducted into this house, the military walked in here. Mr. Speaker, they walked in here and I was terrified. I'm being very careful about what I say about the military because of how I have a lot of respect for them. But when they came in here, I wondered what signal, what message they sent to the Ghanaian public outside of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the image that we create about ourselves as members of Parliament is not only in what we say, it is also in what we do and what we supervise and watch as it is done, right or wrong. And whether we respond positively or negatively also feeds into that image that we create about ourselves, and which could potentially give a sense of hopelessness to the people in this country who are looking up to us. But I'm encouraged that the leader says in the first paragraph of his statement that Ghana has long been celebrated as a beacon of democracy and stability in Africa, a testament to the resilience of our institutions and the activism of our political class. However, beneath this grace lies an emerging reality, the detrimental effects of our politics. The political class is increasingly consumed by a desire to outdo each other, leading to measures aimed more at undermining opponents and fostering national progress. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I sit here, I ask myself whether the kinds of things we say about each other, whether they are edifying and inspiring anybody to want to come into this chamber. The ways in which we ourselves say things like, you are being political. What is political? Is it a disease? Is it contagious? I came in here because I looked at the women in the southern parts of the Volta region who have never been represented, and I thought I would dare to be the difference. Have I changed? Do I have horns now to be to be looked at as if I have something that is negative, not only because I came into this chamber? The recent one was an interview I granted, and the host asked me, why did you go into politics? We had a lot of respect for you. And my first reaction was, but in coming into this chamber, have I now acquired 4 hands? What is the problem? Why shouldn't I be here? It means that there's a certain image we have created about ourselves that is not honorable, to use that word loosely. So we owe it to ourselves, dear leader, Honorable Akonyo Makin, to look at how we ourselves as members of parliament carry ourselves, how we speak, how we represent each other's parties, and how we represent this parliament. I'm glad that we are all talking about the fact that the youth are getting worried. And if you look at their size and their population, we as those who are mothers and fathers of this youth, we owe it to them, either as big sister or big brother, that we change the narrative. We have the opportunity to right the wrong. If there's something that is not going on right in our country, can we blur the lines, that this hard line we have drawn? Can we make it a bit gray so we can talk about it in the interest of developing our country? If you take, for example, the issue of sanitary towels, that shouldn't have a political color, but unfortunately, it has political color. And so why are we afraid? Why are we afraid? If we cannot talk about just real basic things, like asking for water for a community, asking for electricity for a community, asking that the tidal waves are grabbing my people, come and help me, that is seen in political eyes. Why are we afraid? We are elected to speak on behalf of the people. When we do, let's stop using it. Let's reach out across the aisle. And what is in the best interest of our people, especially our children, should take foremost interest in everything that we do. Mr. Speaker, I see that many of my colleagues have an interest in speaking on this, so I want to thank you most sincerely for granting me the opportunity to add my voice to this well-written statement by the Leader of the House. Thank you.
I still have 3 men on their feet beside leaders. Leaders, guide me. Can we take all 3 before I come to leaders?
Mr. Speaker, the reality is this was not even part of the decision of what we are going to do today. And today we are overtaken by so many events. I'm not even sure whether the leader is expecting us to do the actual things we wanted to do, whether he's going to expect us to do them after this one. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure which way we should go, because we haven't even done one of the things we actually decided to do this morning yet. I know that
can I take one more and come to leaders? Maybe. In that case, you guide me. You have 3 members on your feet.
Yeah. So let's listen to the leader. Maybe he want to give a directive.
Yeah. No, one more will not.
Mr. Speaker, there are a lot more people standing. I don't know how it will feel.
Mani suspended. My Mr.
Speaker.
Yeah, leader. Let me listen to you.
Mr. Speaker, considering the interest in the matter before us, my humble prayer.
Before the students leave, let me acknowledge them. These students are from Dunkwa Secondary Technical School, and they are led by George A. Coleman, who is the head of the Agri Department and from the Denchira East constituency. You're welcome to Parliament. Now you may retire safely back to Dunkwa. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly pray that, considering the interest members have on the matter before us, the matter be suspended for us to go to public business and take item number 59, which is a motion, and it's 59 and 60, on page 43 of today's order paper, and thereafter come back to the statement.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have no objection to what the leader has said, but Mr. Speaker, for instance, our colleague, the minister at Finance, Honorable Abna, has been here before Parliament because she's got questions on cathedral and other things, and she was here before 10 o'clock. She's still waiting. And today, uniquely, the minister responsible for energy has also been around for a while. In fact, this is the longest I've seen him in this year in the chamber because he's got some business to do here. So I don't have any problem if we need to take. In fact, I would have said we should take the two things before we come back. Because the minister for finance, the minister responsible for finance, told us she needed to go to cabinet. That's why she came in the morning. So, Mr. Speaker, we can take the minister for energy's motion, and then after that we can yes. Cabinet.
Very well. I truly wanted to contribute to this debate, so we will return to it so I can make my points. Yes. Which item did you say we should go to?
Mr. Speaker, we would first proceed to 59. But, Mr. Speaker, just for the records that I agree to the suggestion by the minority chief that we take the two cabinet ministers. Thank you.
Item what, 59?
Mr. Speaker, 59 motion.
Very well. Item 59, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that this honourable court adopts the report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the amended agreement for the establishment of the Africa Energy Bank. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to move and present your committee's report. Honourable Speaker, essentially, this is an editorial amendment to what has been adopted already by this Honourable House way back. That is on the 22nd of December 2023. There are a few typographical errors that we want to introduce which touch on definitional matters. And I want to conclude. Honourable Speaker, in this regard, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and ratify the amended agreement for the establishment of the African Energy Bank and the amended charter of the African Energy Bank in accordance with Article 75 of the 1992 Constitution. Respectfully submitted, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Rank.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I do so in the full knowledge that this House approved the original agreement that came before the House. And since this is only an amendment, and this will inure to the good of Ghana because Ghana is making a case for the headquarters of the bank to come to Ghana. In that situation, anyone fighting a good cause to bring the headquarters of a continental bank to Ghana deserves the support. And I, in Tree, would have said, the other at the Eba Ghana, no, to wait, anyone bringing a good thing to Ghana should be supported. So I support the motion.
You must say that properly. Honourable members, a motion to adopt the report of the committee is moved and seconded. You want to comment on it? Yes. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this one is to solve the statement you made here. If representing the people, we don't talk when it matters like this count.
They'll beat you up.
They'll beat us up. But on a very serious note, Mr. Speaker, I think I rise to speak in support of the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, a careful job has been done. And one interesting thing why I'm supporting it is that by approving this, Ghana stands a chance of hosting the headquarters of the Energy Bank. Mr. Speaker, continentally, I think it will do Ghana a great favor if we have the opportunity to host the headquarters of the Energy Bank. We have the after. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to be part of the team that went to Egypt to canvass for the after headquarters. When we were going, we had the headquarters building already. And we took the brochures with us that this is what the late Prophet Ambrose did. And therefore support us. We are not going to build any new building. And that supported it. But Mr. Speaker, this will give us the opportunity to employ a lot of our people if Ghana is hosting the headquarters. There will be drivers, there will be cleaners, there will be bank managers, there will be hoteliers, there will be a lot of people who will be employed. So if there are not only Ghanaians, but Mr. Speaker, since we will be hosting it, economically it will benefit Ghana a lot. But my plea to the Minister for Energy, or to us as a country, is that, Mr. Speaker, right from the days of secondary school, we were told that the Congo River stands a chance of electrifying the whole Ghana, the whole Africa, if we are able to dam it. And those days it was called River Zaire. Now it is River Congo. Continentally, we will not be able to get the needed resources to be able to dam it. So I think this is a small beginning. But if we are able to establish a bank for the energy bank in the country for Africa in Ghana, it will do us a great favor. But the bank must not digress from its real mandate, because I'm just only 16 years in this house. We've established specific bank for specific areas, but many a times we are not consistent. Before you realize, they also digress and they are doing the other things, making them not to be able to fulfill the mandate or the reason for which they were established. So I will commend the Minister for Energy for bringing this to the attention of the House and bringing this to our approval. But consistently, I will call for consistency in the establishment of the Energy Bank. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and call on the House to give our approval to it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, you may put your question.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all in favour of the House adopting the report, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
If Mr. Speaker will be pleased,
yes,
may we proceed to item 60.
Well, item.
Yes, please.
Item 60. Very well. Yes, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister for Energy, you may move item 60. Well, I'm being advised that item 61 is also a motion to amend the charter. So we can do the two and then we'll adopt one resolution. That's right. So I think, Chairman, you may move the motion on page 44, item 61, so that after that we'll do one resolution.
Thank you. Right on with move. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of the standing order, 1041, which required that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed. After the motion the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the amended charter of the African Energy Bank be moved today. I so move.
Any second of the procedural motion? The procedural motion. Speak into the mic, please.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
The procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 62. Motion.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that this Honourable Court, this Honourable House adopt the Committee on Mines and Energy on the amended charter of the African Energy Bank. I so move, Honourable Speaker.
Yes. Ranking member, where are you? Item 62 has been moved. The motion.
The motion moved is seconded. Thank you.
Honourable members, I'll put a question. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, item 62. Say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, we will move item 63. One resolution will cover the two. Sorry?
The Speaker, composite.
Yes.
Composite, so 60 and 60.
Very well. Motion 60 and 63 will be moved as one by the Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, item number 60, item 60 on page 43 of today's order paper, and 63, page 44 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move them together. Whereas the provisions of Article 75 of the Constitution, any treaty, agreement, or convention executed by or under the authority of the President in the name of Ghana is made subject to ratification either by an act of Parliament or by a resolution of Parliament, supported by votes of more than one-half of all members of Parliament. 2. In accordance with the said Article 75 of the Constitution, the President has caused to be laid before Parliament through the Minister responsible for Energy, the amended Charter of the African Energy Bank on 2nd July 2024. Now, therefore, this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, hereby resolves to ratify the said amendment charter of the African Energy Bank. I so move.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion on page 44 of the order paper. I so support.
Very well, honourable members. The motions numbered 60 and 63 on pages 43 and 44. Today's order paper has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the motions, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has adopted the motions numbered 60 and 63 in today's order paper. Yes, what item should we move to? Or something about the Minister of State and the Ministry of Finance?
Because yes, we are going to take the Minister of Finance to deal with the questions.
Very well.
Yes,
What?
and then before we come back.
Is it question time?
It is so, Mr. Speaker, we return to question time. Start with item 6, the urgent question.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister, kindly take your seat. Urgent questions. Question 6A, to be asked by the Honorable Member for Sukwa, Mrs. Patricia P.J.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Finance how much has been paid for the National Cathedral by government and if value for money audit has been done so far. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, why are you on your feet? Yeah. Yes. You may.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as presented to Parliament in November 2022, total releases made for the National Cathedral by government to date remain at 339 million. Mr. Speaker, as presented to Parliament in November 2022, total releases made for the National Cathedral by government to date remain at 339 million 3,064 Ghana cedis and 86 Ghana pesos. This figure comprises 225 million 962,500 Ghana cedis paid to the National Cathedral Secretariat and 113 million and 40,564.86 Ghana cedis paid directly to the project consultants.
Honorable Minister, I think that, okay.
Right. Mr. Speaker, there was value for money audit done on the project in 2021 by Kesley Doyumo Group. Also, a statutory audit of the National Cathedral of Ghana accounts by Deloitte Ghana was started in July 2023 and is ongoing. The auditors had concluded the audit of the 18-month account ended 31st December 2020. Meanwhile, preparations are in place for the auditors to complete the remaining accounts for the periods ended 31st December 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Yes, you have any follow-up questions? Yeah.
Right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I have any supplementary question. I don't think I have any supplementary question for the Minister. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister for Finance, the Honorable Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, whether before her ministry released the sums of money she has just informed this House about, the 339 million, if the ministry checked if the project had received PPA approval before the releases were made. Because I filed an RTI request on the 4th of July 2022, and the PPA responded on the 5th of July 2022, a copy of which I have here, that per their records, there was no approval by the public.
Can you answer the question? Now you are answering your question. Let her answer.
So I want to find out if the ministry checked that there was procurement approval from the PPA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to be honest with you, this wasn't part of the question, so I'll have to be given time to also verify and then get back to the House on this, because this has the House of Records, and I want to give accurate information on this. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the Minister of State and the Minister of Finance that government paid 339 million Ghana cedis for the project. Has the approval been given by Parliament for the Ministry of Finance or for government to pay such amount for the project?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember that from the onset, the Ministry of Finance mentioned that our contribution to the National Cathedral will be the land and some seed money. And this was in the budget, previous year's budget. I can't state exactly which year, but clearly it was in the budget that we were going to give some seed fund and the land as our contribution to that. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what I can say to that. But clearly we have records to show how much we have paid. And so it is not something that is not transparent enough. We all know how much we have paid. And for some, I can clearly say that the Ministry of Finance put it in the budget. As for which of the budgets, I cannot remember, but I know that we said that we are going to give some seed fund and the land as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, will you undertake to find which budget and inform the House?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll do so.
Honorable Kodo, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find out from the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance whether a very small check, the amount she mentioned, included compensation for the houses which were demolished or removed from the site before the construction started.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member is asking for compensation, as far as I know, they were government bungalows and those in there were relocated. So I know they are government properties. And so for government properties, government taking over its own property, I don't see where the compensation comes in. But I know that they were relocated, scholarship secretariats and certain offices were relocated. So respectfully, that is what I can say to that.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the former Minister for Finance, let me come next to this. But the Speaker has called me. You know you are a leader. The Speaker calls me. The Speaker, the former Minister for Finance, Honorable Ken Oforata, when he appeared before a committee of this House and was asked as to whether there was a parliamentary approval for the 339 million cedis that was spent on the National Cathedral. At the time, the answer he gave was that he took the money from the contingency vote and that the cathedral itself has no budget. So I'm surprised the Minister of State and the Minister of Finance is contradicting the answer that was given by the former Minister for Finance. Honorable Ken Oforata said there was no budget for the cathedral, but he rather took the money from the contingency vote. The Speaker, no, please, let's be serious about this matter. We are talking about divinity, and that is divine. Cathedral building, we must be honest and truthful. We are not building a house for a shrine. We are dealing with God. I'm not saying shrine.
Can you please ask your question?
No, Speaker, that's the slip of tongue.
Kindly ask your question, please.
No, Speaker, we are dealing with God.
Do you have a question?
No, Speaker, the question is, which year? No, Speaker, which year? No, Speaker, in fact, no, Speaker,
Let's clear the air. Nobody is against cathedral. The Minister for Finance who paid the money said he took the money from the contingency vote. And that it was the contingency vote you and I know.
Honorable, what's your question?
So
I don't like the commentary.
Mr. Speaker, if the Minister for State is saying that he could not stay the year, he should tell me, was there a budget for the cathedral or he took the money from the contingency vote?
He has already given an answer. And he has offered to bring the information on which budget statement he made that. I think that is sufficient.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, the last question is, how much was budgeted for the cathedral?
He says that the minister said they will provide money for the land and some seed money. They will bring you that information. I think that is sufficient.
Mr. Speaker, how much seed money?
You are out of order. You're out of order, please. You're out of order. Yeah. Let's move on to the next one, please. 6B. 6B is to be asked by the honorable member for Clote Kole. Dr. Zanito Ajiman Rollins. Clote Kole. Honorable, the question she was asked, she has provided the answer. She has responded to follow-up questions. Honorable, do you want to ask your question, Honorable Zanito? Please ask your question. I have recognized leadership. One member has asked 2 questions from the leadership. It's sufficient. Yes, Honorable Zanito. Kindly ask your question, Honorable Zanito.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a question. But before I do, this is the 4th week in which I've attempted to use the microphone where I'm seated and it's not working. So, Mr. Speaker, if you could kindly intervene on behalf of the Member of Parliament representing the people of Clote Kole so that my voice can be heard from my microphone, I'd be most grateful.
Your whips are the ones you should speak to. Whips, take note. The microphone is not working. Please make sure it does work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask an urgent question, which is actually a year and a half to the Minister for Finance, or in this case, the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance. What relief measures are in place to support persons whose livelihoods have been devastated by the most recent floods?
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance in 2023 released a total amount of 40.75 million Ghana cedis to NADMO to respond to disaster issues. The release was done on the 14th of September 2023. Further to the above, Ministry of Finance also approved 30 million commencement warrants on 27th November 2023 to NADMO to procure disaster relief items to support persons affected by the recent disasters across the country. Mr. Speaker, the various amounts I know have been captured in the votes and order paper for today, but the total is 42.835 1,200,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it is our candid view that the respective ministries, departments, and agencies, that's the MMDAs, also propose policy measures that will support persons whose livelihoods have been affected by the recent floods. These measures will also address future preventive actions that will mitigate any future occurrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I have some clarification from the Minister which period she's referring to, given that this question is actually 2 years old and we've had several incidents of flooding since then?
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This refers to the period between actually 2023, but Ministry of Finance only comes into support. The ministries, the MMDAs are also supposed to take certain initiatives that will prevent some of these things. So for Ministry of Finance, we come into to support as and when, but the onus lies on the MMDAs to take action in some of these things. So what I am speaking to, 23. Thank you.
Yes. Any further questions?
Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate it if the Minister could give further details, because as I interact with my constituents, many of them whose livelihoods have been affected in the flood since 2023 have not received any kind of support or compensation. And it would be helpful to be able to respond to this, given the damage that has happened to them through no fault of theirs. Thank you.
Yes, no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, we provided funds to NADMO, and it's up to NADMO to implement. So what we come to do is to give them some funding to enable them carry out their activities. The activities and programs are supervised by themselves and not Ministry of Finance. But what I can say is that we did release 40.750 million to NADMO in September, and then we followed up with a commencement of 30 million in November 2023.
Very well. Shall I proceed? If you have any more, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually happy the Minister brought NADMO up, because I was very specific in not asking this question to NADMO but to the Ministry of Finance. In that case, is there some kind of mechanism that the ministry has in place to ensure that those who have been victims are actually receiving the compensation from NADMO? Because once again, there seems to be a gap. A lot of my constituents who actually suffered as a result of that are still waiting for something to be done by NADMO.
Honourable Member, I want to be clear about it. You said compensation. Who is supposed to compensate whom for what? I'm asking who is to compensate
I beg your pardon.
whom
I'm referring to NADMO's intervention with regards to flood relief to those who have suffered as a result. And she made mention of NADMO. And what I'm asking is, what measures are in place to ensure that those who have been the victims of such incidents are actually receiving the support? Because many of my constituents have still not had any support from NADMO.
Yes, Honourable Minister, if you have any information, please share.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a process, but I don't know the NADMO process, but I know that once you report and your details are taken, they will come and look for you and then maybe provide certain relief items for you to enable you go about your normal duties for some time. But respectfully, NADMO is not under Ministry of Finance. NADMO is under Ministry of Interior. And so they are the mother ministry that will supervise all these things. Ours is to make sure when things like this occur, we intervene and support them with some funding. But as to who they gave it to, Ministry of Finance will not know who they gave it to. But maybe the Ministry of Interior, the mother ministry, should be able to give you those details, but not Ministry of Finance. We provided the funding based on what we received. And so for the exact beneficiaries, it will have to come from Ministry of Interior and not Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Very well. I'll proceed to item 7 questions. First one is question number 354. The name of the honorable member for Tamale North, Mr. Suini Alasan Saigo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to ask the Minister for Finance how much was realized from the donation of the whole of April to June 2020 salaries of the President, Vice President, Chief of Staff, Ministers of State, and Deputy Ministers of State to the COVID-19 National Trust Fund, and when the amount realized was transferred to the fund. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, apart from the Honorable Minister, the former Minister for Finance, Honorable Kenufuriata, whose salary has already been fully committed to the Ghana Institute of Linguistics, Literacy and Bible Translation, Gilbert, the office holders, including His Excellency the President and the Vice President, had related deductions between April and June of 2020, amounting to 1,781,894 Ghana cedis, 38 pesos. And it is shown below that in April 2020, 81 office holders contributed 637,998 Ghana cedis, 77 pesos. And this was on 22nd of June 2020. And May 2020, 82 office holders contributed 638,098 Ghana cedis, 77 pesos. And in June 2020, office holders contributed 505,796,084 Ghana cedis. And so totaling the 1.7 million I mentioned. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the Minister for her response. The Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister how come, as she has indicated, April, only 81 office holders are said to have contributed the amount agreed to have been contributed by all, and in May 2020, only 82, and in June 2020, only 64. When at the time, Mr. Speaker, at least the President had about 110 ministers and deputy ministers. So if you exclude the President, the Vice President, and the Chief of Staff, you should still have had at least 110 ministers and deputy ministers contributing to this as they announced to the nation. What happened?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament who are ministers still take their salaries from Parliament. So it was up to Parliament to make that deduction and send to a government, because members of Parliament who are ministers still draw their salary not from the executive but from Parliament. And so, Mr. Speaker, that explains for the difference.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, is the Minister telling this House that it is not only the Finance Minister who didn't contribute to this fund, but that she herself and her two deputies who were members of Parliament, including fellow former deputies who were members of Parliament, including potential running mates who are members of Parliament, did not contribute to this fund?
It's not a new question. That's the answer just given you, and you are entitled to. You're entitled to that conclusion. If you want to ask another question, please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I was just seeking this clarity because under the Constitution, about majority of members of Parliament, ministers, are supposed to come from Parliament. And so it is quite instructive that the response is that the majority of ministers did not contribute to this fund, despite the announcement to the whole nation that all ministers and deputy ministers were supposed to contribute to this.
Her answer was that though members of parliament who are ministers draw their salaries from parliament, if parliament deducted that, it is not part of their record. You may verify from parliament's accounts. If you have any further question, otherwise I'll move on. He still has one opportunity here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister why the audit on proceeds that were used to deal with COVID did not include this fund. The audit on funds that were used to deal with COVID. Why that audit did not report on this particular fund? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I really don't get what he's saying, because this question had to do with the quantum of money that was deducted. And so that's exactly what I provided here. So if he's asking for another question that is different, I will come back to the House with the answer. But currently, that is not part of the question that was filed to the Ministry of Finance, please.
Honorable, you are done.
Yes, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but I just wanted to clarify that the government conducted a report on the audit of the government of Ghana COVID-19 expenditure for the period March 2020 to June 2022.
You can file that as additional
And
question.
so I was wondering how come the audit did not cover this fund. But I acknowledge the advice to file a substantive question. I thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister be kind enough to supply the House with the list of the office holders who did the contribution and how much each person contributed? Not necessarily today, Mr. Speaker, but
of course, kindly ask that as a formal question. You will bring it. Yeah. Very well. So, yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the breakdown provided by the Honorable Minister, April 81, May 82, June 64. The Honorable Minister has told us that ministers who are members of Parliament are paid from Parliament. Considering the constitutional provision that majority of ministers hail from Parliament, these figures don't add up. They cannot be accurate. Because if you have 81, because majority of ministers are from Parliament. So are you really sure about these figures? Have you verified them? Because they don't add up.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will provide the names when the questions are filed. But when we say number of office holders, not necessarily only ministers. They can be office holders in the office of the president. So not necessarily only ministers. But these are monies that were deducted from Controller Accountant General. So those whose payroll sits there, that is where. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you file the question and then we'll provide the exact names and the designation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'll proceed. The next question is in the name of Honorable. Now you have had one opportunity, so moving on. Question number 516. The Honorable Member for South Day, Mr. Roxon Nelson. Echekwame Defiamakbo.
Running from
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Finance what led to the introduction and commencement of increased minimum capital requirement policy for insurance companies. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the National Insurance Commission embarked on a number of initiatives to strengthen and improve the efficiency of the insurance industry. The initiatives include the implementation of a risk-based supervision and solvency requirements, strengthening corporate governance structures and practices in the industry, and the implementation of a new minimum capital requirements. The new minimum capital requirements were expected to help improve underwriting efficiency and retention capacity of insurance companies, to also help them reduce premium flights and create a healthy insurance industry to support the economy. Mr. Speaker, the main factors that led to the implementation of the new minimum capital requirements are summarized below. 1, to enhance the operational efficiency of insurance companies. 2, to enable insurance companies to increase their volumes and cover their high fixed. 3, to improve, because you have the answers already, I'm just capturing the headlines. 3, to improve the low retention capacity of insurance companies, which leads to rampant premium flights. Mr. Speaker, although the Insurance Act requires all risk located in Ghana to be insured in Ghana, some of the multinational corporations operating in Ghana and financiers of mega projects like thermal plants prefer to effect their insurance overseas. This is because the capital basis of insurance companies did not appear to give the multinational firms and financiers the confidence and comfort that they would be indemnified should losses arise. Although the Commission was enforcing the Insurance Act, the Commission was also of the view that if insurance companies use their capital base, expertise and governance structures and obtain good ratings, it will go a long way to ensure a more effective solution. So, Mr. Speaker, the new minimum capital requirements were announced in June 2019. Insurance companies were given a 2-year transitional period to comply. Full implementation was therefore to be at June 2021. Following the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, however, and the challenges that followed, the deadline was extended to January 2022. Mr. Speaker, the National Insurance Commission provided appropriate milestones and progress monitoring mechanisms to ensure that all insurance entities work progressively towards compliance by the final deadline.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, per paragraph 2 of the answers provided by the Honorable Minister, the information is that raising the minimum capital requirement to the current level will improve underwriting efficiency. And she's not been able to demonstrate that. So I want her to tell the House what is the direct linkage between raising the minimum capital requirement for the insurance companies and improving the efficiency, or that leading to improvement or efficient use of underwriting.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
In your paragraph 2, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we sought to do was to make the insurance industry more robust, and we said to enhance the operational efficiency. Some companies were not well capitalized and were not operating effectively. This is mainly because they lack the resources needed to acquire appropriate computer systems, design appropriate products, build good distribution channels, and implement good marketing plans to increase their client base. This created viability and sustainability challenges for such companies. And so adequate capitalization is also very important to ensure prompt and adequate payments of these claims. And all this put together caused us to help them by asking them to raise their capital, their minimum capital requirements. And also, Mr. Speaker, with these insurance companies, most of them have their, to increase, most of the costs of these insurance companies are fixed. And this means that if an insurance company's business volumes are not high enough, it will be unable to absorb the fixed cost. It is therefore not surprising that the operational expenditure of smallest insurance companies were in excess of their total gross premium. And this led to underwriting and financial losses, which further weakened these companies. So all these put together, we wanted to check these things to prevent certain things like this happening. And also we mentioned the fact that some multinationals and big financiers were taking businesses away because of this, because they realized that they were not in the position to fund some of these things if anything should happen. And so all this put together, we believe that let us help the insurance companies, make them more robust so that some of these big financiers can also take, and patronize their business. And so that we sought to raise not just the minimum capital requirement, but also help them with their corporate governance issues to make the industry more efficient and more robust.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised by the current answer given by the minister, because the ministry is asserting that asking the insurance companies to increase the minimum capital as determined by the regulator has led to an improvement in underwriting or efficiency. And I want that to be made clear, but you've not been able to establish that. So I'll move on. How much is the minimum capital requirement in question, the new minimum capital requirement? How much is it?
Yes, Honorable Minister, if you have that information, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't place the exact, but I think it's 100. There was no question filed on this, but I think it's 100. Mr. Speaker, I just want to verify and then get back to you on this particular one, because I want to give an exact figure. Yes. So give me a few minutes. I'll get back to you on that.
Yes. Speaker, thank you. Speaker, is the minister aware that since the new directive to the insurance companies to up their minimum capital to meet the current threshold, some have been taken out of business? Some of the insurance companies have not been able to meet especially the locally established ones have not been able to meet the current threshold, and so they are out of business. Is the minister aware?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in wanting to make the insurance industry more robust, certainly measures will have to be introduced. Some may be favorable to others, some may not be favorable to others. But consistently, the National Insurance Commission worked with all these insurance companies and to help us and to help the industry and also to help the economy. You don't want a situation where insurance companies write, they certify or they insure certain businesses, and then when it comes to paying for the insurance, they'll be found wanting. And so that is why they worked with them. They gave them 2 years to consistently get the minimum capital requirement that we're asking for. So certainly in decisions like this, some may find it favorable, others may not find it favorable, but the end result is that we want to make the insurance industry more robust. Some ended up merging with other insurance companies. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is what I have to say concerning this one. And time, Mr. Speaker, the issue too is this. They were given 2 years. And beyond that, we had to extend it because of COVID-19. And the National Insurance Commission worked consistently with all the insurance companies. And so, Mr. Speaker, in all these things, you also have to look at your accounts.
Honorable Minister, has the 2 years elapsed?
Yes.
And there are some of them who couldn't.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's all the
yes.
question he asked.
Yes.
That's right. Very well. You've had your day. So can I move on now? The next question is in the name of the honorable member for Katy North, Mr. James Kruger Vigi, the retiring member for Cape to North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance how much has been voted by Parliament and paid into the contingency fund? How much advances have been made from the fund since 2017 to date? And how much? And how the advances made from the fund have been utilized? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in response to the devastating economic impact of COVID-19, government sought parliamentary approval to lower the cap on the Ghana Stabilization Fund from $300 million to $100 million in accordance with Section 23(3) of the PRMA, an amount of $200 million equivalent to 1.2 billion was transferred into the contingency fund. Paragraph 19 of the report on the audit of the Government of Ghana COVID-19 expenditure for the period between March 2022 clearly indicated that the amount was used to finance direct COVID-19 intervention expenditures, including the payment of allowances to frontline health workers, supply of food items, free water and electricity, evacuation of Ghanaians, support for small and medium-scale businesses affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, purchase of various medical supplies to support the fight against COVID-19, cost of mandatory quarantine of Ghanaians stranded abroad, and other COVID-19 payments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is actually in three phases. How much has been voted into the fund? How much has been advanced from the fund? And how the amount advanced from the fund have been utilized? Your answer indicated that since 2017, a total of 1.2 billion has been advanced from the fund. That is the answer you provided on page 5 of the addendum order paper. A total of 1,203,792,295.8 Ghana cedi was transferred into the contingency fund. Now, paragraph 19 of the report of the audit of the government of COVID-19 expenditure shows how the fund has been utilized. So, per your report, 1.2 have been advanced and utilized on COVID-19. My first portion of the question is that how much had been voted by Parliament into the fund. You have not answered that portion of the question. How much have been voted by Parliament into the fund?
Probably ought not to have been admitted, because it's information that is within Parliament. Ordinarily, when information is freely available in official documents, we don't admit them as a question. But, Honourable Minister, do you have that information?
There is no information of that. That is why I'm asking the Minister.
Information of voted by Parliament?
Into the fund.
Voted by Parliament?
Yes.
Is not available in Parliament?
No, we don't
How
have.
Is that not possible?
If he has, he should provide an answer.
How is that possible? That what we have voted here is not available here? Anyway, if you have that information, please share.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a letter from the Parliamentary Service dated 5th April 2020, and it says authorization of advances from the contingency fund. And so Parliament, when we came to Parliament to ask that you lower the cap for us to utilize the 200 million, this was a letter Parliament gave to us, advancing 1.2 billion into the contingency fund for us. So there's a letter from Parliament dated 8th April 2020, authorizing the 1.2 million into the contingency fund. That's the letter here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 1.2 billion was the advance made from the stabilization fund into the contingency funds, and which they are also taking from the contingency fund to spend on COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, let me read Article 1772 of the Constitution. 1772 says that where an from the contingency fund, a supplementary estimate shall be presented as soon as possible to Parliament for the purpose of replacing the amount so advanced. My next question is that the 1.2 billion which was advanced from the contingency fund for COVID-19 expenditure, has supplementary estimate been submitted by the ministry to Parliament for replacing that money in the fund?
Yeah, do you have that information?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the 2022 budget, paragraph 172, if you permit me to read, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 172 of the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in 2020, approval was given by government to use an amount of 1.204 million in the contingency fund from the excess over the Ghana Stabilization Fund after lowering the cap on the stabilization fund from $300 million to $100 million to fund the coronavirus alleviation program. Mr. Speaker, in line with Section 23(4) of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, government is happy to inform you that at the end of October 2021, government has replenished the contingency fund with an amount of 660 million Ghana cedis. Government opted to use transfers of the excess over the cap from the Ghana Stabilization Fund to replenish the contingency fund. So this was in the 2022 budget, Mr. Speaker. And then when you come to paragraph 265 of the same budget, Mr. Speaker, it says we will make provision to replenish the contingency fund with an additional 473 million Ghana cedis. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister didn't answer my question. My question is that 1.2 billion was advanced from the contingency fund for COVID-19 expenditure. And the Constitution says that when an advance is made from the fund, a supplementary estimate shall be submitted to Parliament as soon as possible to replace the amount so advanced. Have you made that supplementary estimate to Parliament? That's my question. Yes, we have. No, we have not.
Mr. Speaker, we came to Parliament through the budget to announce to Parliament that this is the provision we are going to make sure we replenish the fund. And so we did the 660, and then we said we're also going to provide 473 into the contingency fund, Mr. Speaker. we did not come by way of supplementary, but we announced in the 2022 budget in paragraphs 172 and 2. And Mr. Speaker, 2 and 265, that this was our intention to replenish the contingency fund. Thank you.
Yeah, my final supplement. Mr. Speaker, still the minister didn't answer my question. Have you submitted a supplementary estimate? Yes, we have. No, we have not.
She has answered it.
I can foresee that the honourable minister she's struggling. In fact, she's not
she said that we did not come by supplementary budget, but we came by the 2022 budget to announce this.
Is that what the Constitution says?
Well,
is that what it says?
You have the Constitution, you know what to do.
The Constitution didn't say that.
She has answered.
Your former minister will be a candidate for jail for breach of the Constitution.
Yes, Honorable Podo, if you want to do further questions on that.
Mr. Speaker, the rule or the act clearly explains that when you take the money from the stabilization fund, you send it to contingency fund, and from there you return it to her. What is the balance now on the national stabilization fund? If she's claiming that by that provision in the 2022 budget they have returned the money to where it was taken from, what is the balance now on the national stabilization fund?
Honourable, I think you should ask your full main question. This is not supplementary to somebody's question. You may ask your own question. Very well, I'll proceed. Question number 682. The Honourable Member for Tolong, Habib Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why this question is advertised as I think about 2 years ago, and I had conversation with the then minister when he came here to answer the same question, but it was rescheduled, and I was satisfied with it. So I won't be asking this question anymore.
So this question has been overreached.
Yes.
Right? Very well. I'll proceed. Question number 922. The name of the Honourable Member for Bibiani and Yasu Bekwai.
Yes, Mr.
This is
Speaker.
Alfred Obimboating. Yes.
We haven't heard from the honourable member, so I suggest that we skip that question.
Have what?
I'm suggesting that we skip it because we haven't heard from the honourable member.
Haven't heard from him.
Yes.
No, I think he has authorized somebody to ask it on his behalf.
Okay, but then he didn't seek that.
Speaker, I seek your leave to ask the question number 922 on behalf of Honorable Obin Watson.
Yes, proceed.
Speaker, I rise to ask.
Honorable Member, hold on. Yes, leader.
The rule that was established some time ago, when we are in these late hours, is that if the person is not here himself, we publish the question and the answers. If the person is here, fine. Especially when we are this late in the day, we don't allow any colleague to ask the question on behalf of the other one. So if we can do the same thing.
Let me get confirmation now. The last time we did that, but I didn't know it was a rule, so let me find out. Yes, leader. The suggestion is that you have agreed at the leadership level that when a person is not present.
Mr. Speaker, the practice has always been.
Please, can I finish? I was asking the deputy leader whether it's what the chief will be saying is a correct position, that you have agreed that if the person is not present in person, we just publish the answer.
No, it has not been the case. Not always. It was a specific day when we decided that should be.
On that specific day.
On that
what about today?
But I don't think it's the norm now.
So today, what he is he's suggesting that we apply the same rule. Do you agree to that or not?
Honourable Speaker, please give the leave for our colleague to ask the question, if you don't mind.
Very well.
Colleague,
please ask the question on behalf. Honorable Ovenso South, please ask the question.
Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance when the ministry will pay additional sums to victims and depositors of collapsed fund management companies duly licensed by the Securities and Exchange Commission after paying only 50,000 Ghana cedis per depositor in 2021.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this August House may be aware of some asset management companies who failed in their operations and their licenses were revoked by the regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission. Mr. Speaker, thereafter, the SEC approached the government to support a bailout program for investors of the failed asset management companies to lessen the devastating impact it will have on individuals and businesses that lost their funds as a result of the failure of these companies. Government has since remained committed to bail out investors of these defunct asset management companies. The bailout started in 2020 and continued to 2024. Mr. Speaker, the decision to protect the citizenry due to the dire circumstances of affected clients, including pensioners, compounded by the disruptive impacts of global economic challenges on Ghana, prompted government to bail out customers of these failed defunct management companies. The government has so far spent 4.46 billion to bail out a total of 86,970 customers, out of which 66,445 customers have been fully settled. The government in the 2024 budget statement made a provision of 4 billion to support the restructuring efforts at National Insurance Bank, NIB, and to address the legacy issues in the financial sector. Mr. Speaker, out of the 4 billion, government is working to release 1.5 billion to further provide financial reliefs to claimants of the defunct FMCs, especially the clients of Black Shield Capital Management Limited, formerly Gold Coast Fund Management Limited. Mr. Speaker, the additional 1.5 billion is evidence of government's recognition of the difficulties faced by those affected by the revocation of licenses of the defunct FMCs, and to support the financial well-being of our citizens and to ensure a fair resolution of all affected parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Offenso Sir, do you have any follow-up questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to find out from the Minister when payment of the 1.5 million to claimants, when will it start?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Finance is working with SEC to make sure they get the data available. Once SEC gets the data available and the beneficiaries are confirmed, monies will be released for payment. Thank you.
Are you done? Very well. I'll proceed. Question 1050. In the name of the honorable member for Keta, Sekwami Jidwali Gakwe. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have his authority to ask this question in his stead. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I stand to ask the Minister for Finance what is the source of funding for payments made by Government of Ghana on behalf of Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG Limited, to independent power producers covering the period of 2016 to 2021, and whether these payments are for debt owed by GOG or the ECG.
Yes.
GOG to ECG. What?
Mr. Speaker, payments made by Government of Ghana on behalf of ECG to IPPs are mainly done in cash and securitization with bonds. The source of funding for the cash payments are mainly from the debt service reserve account or the sinking fund and the budget of the Ministry of Energy as well. Payments have also been made under the ESLA PLC, a special purpose vehicle set up in 2017 to refinance and restructure energy sector debts. Mr. Speaker, on whether these payments are for debts owed by GOG to ECG, I wish to place on record that the payments made to IPPs on behalf of ECG were not for debts owed by GOG or Government of Ghana to ECG, but rather debts owed by ECG to the IPPs and its contingent on government. Government, represented by the ministries responsible for finance and energy, assumes contingent liability for all power purchase agreements. This is due to the fact that ECG, which is the off-taker of the power, is wholly owned by Government of Ghana. The PPAs thus gives IPPs the right to serve a demand notice on Government of Ghana in the event of a payment default by ECG. These payments include capacity and energy. These payments include the take-or-pay contracts and also other capacity charges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have any follow-up questions?
Mr. Speaker,
I haven't recognized you, honorable member. I'm finding out from the questioner whether he has any follow-up questions. If you don't, I'll give it to other people.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister how much was paid from ESLA realizations.
Yes, honorable minister.
Amount collected from ESLA.
Mr. Speaker, his question was the source of funding. He never asked the question on how much any of the sources paid, but it was what is the source of funding for the payments made. And so we declared the source of funding for the payments made. And that's the debt service reserve account, the sinking also for Ministry of Energy's budget, as well as the ESLA PLC. But you do not
So do you have that detail or not?
No.
You don't have that detail?
I don't have those. You can file a question.
He doesn't have that detail. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister if she will later come back with the details that I want.
Honorable member, if you want to ask another question, for that detail, they will provide it. Yes, Honorable Governor.
Mr. Speaker, I heard the minister say the payments were for capacity charge, were for take or pay, including take or pay. And Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Honorable Minister if take or pay is a liability for which payment has to be made. Take
what?
or pay.
Whether it's what?
It's a liability for which payment has to be made.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this question related to 2016 to 2021. And at that time, we had that existing. It is just a few weeks ago that the minister, the current Minister for Finance, has been able to negotiate with the IPPs, 5 out of the 7 IPPs, and so we do not have set some of these things in there. But between the period of 2016 to 2021, these capacity charges existed. And so the question relates to 2016 to 2021. And so I added that, yes, the payment, in addition to the default by ECG, these payments included capacity charges as well as the energy charges of the take and pay contracts. Yes.
Very well, I'll proceed. The next one is in the name of the Honorable Member of Fenton, Mr. Mohammed Adamu Ramadan. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance the last time a review of the earmarked funds capping was undertaken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, section 6 of the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, gives the Minister of Finance the opportunity to review enactments establishing earmark funds. According to Section 6(1)(a) and Section 6(1)(b) of the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, the Minister shall, A, on the commencement of this Act, conduct a review of each enactment that establishes an earmark specified in the schedule to determine whether or not the earmark fund has outlived its usefulness, and B, conduct a review every 2 years after a review under Section A. B, the first review, which was due in 2020, did not take place due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Similarly, the second review, which was due in 2022, faced delays owing to challenges in securing an independent consultant to undertake the review. However, most recently, government initiated steps to undertake a comprehensive reform and rationalization of the statutory funds. The objectives are to ensure spending efficiency, value for money, and eliminate duplication of efforts in the use of the funds. Consequently, PricewaterhouseCoopers was contracted on 14th June 2023, following a competitive tendering process to undertake a review of the earmark funds in line with Section 6(1)(a) and B of the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947. The review was completed in September 2023, and after Cabinet approval, a strategy to streamline the earmark funds has been prepared and is now available on the Ministry of Finance website. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the essence of the review, as stated in Section 6(1)(a), says that the Minister shall, on commencement of this Act, conduct a review of each enactment that established an earmark fund specified in the schedule to determine whether or not the earmark funds has outlived its purpose. I want to find out the review that was carried out in September of 2023. Is it still relevant?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the review is still relevant. So as and when we need to come to the House to make any changes, we will come and do and make those changes. But per the law, we are supposed to conduct a review, and we have done exactly that.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, I'm not referring to the review. The review is in the Act. I'm talking about the relevance, whether or not it hasn't outlived its purpose, as stated in the Act. That's what I want to find out. The review would bring that out, so whether it did or not.
Mr. Speaker, the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act hasn't outlived its purpose because some time ago, we all noticed how rigid the budget was, such that right after you pay your compensation, your interest payments, and then statutory funds, everything is gone, your revenue is gone, yet you had other equally important items to take care of. So by coming with the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Law, it gives government some leeway to also utilize certain monies from these statutory funds to enable it to do other equally important things. So I don't think this law has outlived its usefulness. It is still relevant because we know how our budget system is. It's so rigid, such that if you don't take care, once you pay your compensation, your interest, and the statutory funds, everything is gone. But yet you have very equally important things to fund. So it still remains relevant. Thank you.
You're done. Very well. Question number 1095. Honorable Member for Sadai, Roxton Nelson, Check Kwame Defema.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance what steps the ministry has taken to introduce a bill for legislation to be passed in support of government's policy to introduce the ECD. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the adoption of digital currencies by the central banks is an evolving global trend to ensure that countries innovate to keep with changing technology trends. In this regard, the Bank of Ghana is piloting it as a digital currency. The ECD is the central bank's digital currency, digital cash designed to take on traditional attributes of physical cash. The ECD, when rolled out, could be used by individuals for P2P transfers, P2B, B2P, and all the others, payment besides cash, and assisting payment media and instruments. Mr. Speaker, the ECD is being developed as part of broad digital financial services policy, which prioritizes the digitization of payment use cases such as small value, informal pensions, government payments, remittances, merchant payments, and utility payments. Specifically, it is being developed to meet the following key strategic goals: increase digitization of the Ghanaian economy, foster financial inclusion and consumer adoption of digital payments, foster the possibility of a more secure, efficient, and resilient payment system, address the risk of unregulated, privately issued digital currencies or virtual assets, as has been done. Mr. Speaker, address the risk of unregulated, privately issued digital currencies or virtual assets. Mr. Speaker, Section 41F of the Bank of Ghana Act 2002, Act 612, empowers the Bank of Ghana to issue and redeem currency notes and coins. We acknowledge the powers as prescribed by the law limits the Bank of Ghana's currency issuance mandate to notes and coins and does not extend to digital currency. In line with the above, we are working, thus the Ministry of Finance is working with the Bank of Ghana to ensure the introduction of an appropriate legal framework for the issuance and functionality of the digital currency, following the completion of the pilot. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, refreshing to hear the Minister speak to the steps being taken so far. Indeed, the digitalization agenda of the country that stretches back to about 15 years will be further enhanced if this is done. Now, are you able to tell this House that by the end of this year, whether the bill will be presented before this House for consideration?
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are working with Bank of Ghana. I can't confirm any timelines, but it's something that is also very important. So we will work and to make sure we bring it to the House. But I can't give timelines for now. Thank you.
Speaker, that will be all.
Very well. Thank you. Yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Minister of State if this proposed ECD will be able to salvage the depreciating currency. How does this solve our depreciation problems?
Yeah, a question is not allowed. Yes. The last question for the day is to be asked by the Honorable Member for Adaklu, Kwame Govins Agboja.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I was actually hoping, in fact, I asked this question about 2 years ago, hoping the former finance minister should answer the question. Unfortunately, he is not there. And the current finance minister is also not here to answer the question, but he sent our sister, the Minister of State at the ministry, to answer this question. So I'll ask the question anyway, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance which entities have been granted tax waivers from 2017 till date, and how much in total have been granted so far.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament has approved an amount of 11.7 billion Ghana cedis as tax waivers for the period 2017 to 2023. And these approvals are mainly to cover public and publicly guaranteed loans and grants, including GIPC Strategic Investor, N37, One District, One Factory applications. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown is as follows. In 2017, yes, you have the breakdown, and so we will.
The breakdowns as provided in,
yes, provided,
in the answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member, do you have any follow-up questions? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My first supplementary question is, I'm happy she answered by saying that since 2017, this House has granted $2 billion worth of tax waivers. So what would you say about those who are saying that Parliament is not granting tax waivers, that is why some companies are not working? Well, what is your view about that?
Please ask another question.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that in your table, when you started paying the tax waivers, the dollar to CD rate was 4.4 CD to the, in 2017. By 2013, you are saying the dollar to the CD is 11.8. 2023. What do you think is accounting for the rapid fall of the CD? What in your view? Why do you pay $4 to 4 CD to the dollar in 2017, and you are paying almost $12 in 2013? What is the reason?
He's asking for your opinion. Our rules are against asking for opinions, but if you want to share an opinion, please do. I applied the rules and I have protected it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've answered him very well that it's my opinion he's seeking. And all I can say is that government is working very hard to make sure we strengthen our CD against trading, other trading currencies. So we will need your support. We need the support of Ghanaians. Let's all work together to make sure this happens. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I think I should let my colleague who asked the question on the insurance know. There are about 4 categories. That's why I didn't want to just spell out any figure, but wait and get the correct. So I should lay it. Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can you lay it for the
thank you very much.
Yes.
Speaker, I have a final question. Mr. Speaker, we have granted $2 billion already, knowing that we are on our knees begging IMF for $350 million. Would she agree that this House should be very much extra tax waivers we grant, since government is in dire need of forex? Should we continue granting tax waivers at the same time begging IMF for $350 million?
Do you want to offer an opinion? These are podcast statements you wish to make. I have a big issue with tax waivers and so on, but of course, this is question time. So, if you want to ask a question, no, he has had too many opportunities. I'd rather give it to you.
Honourable Speaker, I see here that a total of almost 180 million Ghana cedis. That's even the first part. That's close to 200 million is spent on one district, one factory. In the minister's view,
based on the objectives set for the 1D, 1F, which was basically to reduce our dependency on export and basically make sure we can create jobs. Will he agree that this money is basically, if we are given a chance, we will not spend 200 million on a 1D, 1F that has been a complete failure in terms of the objectives that were set and the results that we have so far received?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 1D, 1F are in various categories. We have one that were already existing companies, and we had one that we began right from the onset. And so if you tell me that over 200 companies in various stages of implementation wasn't something we should embark on, then I really don't know what you mean by you wanting to industrialize our nation. Mr. Speaker, we gave under 1D and 1D, 1F, we gave waivers to Zonda Sinotrack Assembly Plant. We gave waivers to Lita Pharmaceutical Limited. We gave waivers to GB Pharma Ghana Limited. We gave waivers to Vesta Oil Mills Limited. We gave waivers to Casapreco Company Limited, and now Casapreco exports outside the West African sub-region. This creates employment, it promotes economic growth, and so if my brothers here tell me that it was a waste, I really don't know what they are talking about. We gave monies also to Acume Energy Ghana Limited, Mass Industry Limited, Aqua Africa Limited. During their time under the GIPC Act Section 26,
Minister,
they also gave...
You have answered the question. Yeah, you gave money for useful purpose.
Yes.
That's it.
Thank you very
Don't
much.
get into any arguments. Honorable, he answered your question. He has answered your question. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for attending upon the House to answer questions. You're discharged. Honorable, yes.
Speaker, we have a last business before we draw the curtains. So
It
shall we
is almost
proceed
6 p.m. Can't be any live
with your leave, page 45, item 64. Just that item, and we'll draw the
Which
curtains.
item?
Item 64 on page 45.
The National Service Authority Bill.
Yes.
You now read a second time.
Yes.
Very well, yes.
Speaker, I can understand that we've been here for some time and yourself, but we are ready to.
Let's go ahead and do it.
Yes, just one.
That's item 64.
May I seek your leave for it to be taken by the Deputy Minister of Education?
Very well. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister, you can move the motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion number 64 on page 45 that the National Service Authority Bill 2024 be now read a second time. I so move. Thank you.
Yes, who is? Yes, Chairman. Speaking to the mic, Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, I second the motion moved by the Deputy Minister for Education. And in so doing, I would like to present the report. Honorable Speaker, the National Service Authority Bill 2024 was laid in Parliament by the Minister responsible for Education under a certificate of urgency on Friday, 14th June. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to repeal Act 4.
Honorable Member, can you go to the conclusion? Members have copies.
And in conclusion,
yes.
Honorable Speaker, I conclude the committee acknowledges the necessity to pass the bill into law to establish the National Service Authority to mobilize and post persons qualified to undertake national service in national priority. Mr. Speaker,
In this regard, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the National Service Authority Bill 2024 in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. I so move, Mr.
Yes, ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report as delivered or presented by the chairman, but to add that although we are in the process of granting authority to National Service Scheme, what is important is that monies must be released regularly to National Service. As we speak now, service personnel have been in arrears of 4 months. And Mr. Speaker, we all know the meager allowance that is paid to them. So changing the scheme into an authority by itself cannot solve the problem, but rather the commitment that is required of government, so that from time to time and very regularly, these allowances are released, so that we don't create the authority in vacuum, but given the necessary resources to function. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to support the motion. Thank you.
We are closing. No long talk on this matter. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to just say something very short on the second reading of the National Service Authority Bill. Mr. Speaker, the National Service Authority Bill was introduced to be taken under certificate of agency. The committee has justified the urgent nature, and the bill is supposed to be taken under a certificate of agency. Mr. Speaker, I support second reading and urge the House to adopt the committee's report in order to pass the National Service Authority Bill. Mr. Speaker, at this level, we have to debate the principle underpinning the bill. And the rationale is that the National Service Scheme was established by Act 426 in 1980 as a scheme. And now certain practices are introduced, such as the National Service is now engaging in farming. They are now engaging in metal fabrication. They are engaging in construction. They are engaging in catering, borehole drilling. Strategic partnership needs to be entered. But the National Service as established by law currently is just a scheme. It doesn't have the corporate status. It lacks the capacity, since it is not a body corporate, to be able to enter into contract and related transactions. As we are speaking, National Service is farming on land that they are supposed to acquire in their name, but they couldn't acquire it in their name because it is not a legal entity. People have encroached on the National Service Scheme land, but they don't have the legal capacity to bring the necessary actions in order to ward off the encroachers on the land. Now, the GET Fund wants to engage National Service by way of a contract to drill borehole in our constituency. They have borehole drilling machines, but they don't have capacity to enter into that memorandum of understanding. Currently, Gambia, being sponsored by the World Bank, is looking for National Service personnel from Ghana with a training in pedagogy to be employed to teach in Gambia. But because the National Service Scheme doesn't have the capacity to enter into that strategic partnership, they are not able to benefit from that transaction. Mr. Speaker, the National Service Scheme is engaged in construction because most of the people who are engineers, who have knowledge about construction doing national service, can be used to undertake a job. But National Service cannot take that particular job because they do not have the legal status. So this particular bill is seeking to convert the scheme into a body corporate, hence the National Service Authority. That is what the bill is seeking to achieve. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that we urgently pass this particular bill into law so that come September, the National Service Scheme, now going to be authority, will be able to benefit from the Gambian project being sponsored by the World Bank, so that more of our national service personnel will be able to travel to Gambia. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the passage of the bill.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to establish the National Service Authority to mobilize and post persons qualified to undertake national service in areas of national priority for national development, inculcates the values of civic responsibility, discipline, patriotism, national cohesion, and volunteerism in persons qualified to undertake national service, and promotes employability, entrepreneurship, technology and innovation among persons qualified to undertake national service and provide for related matters.
The National Service Authority Bill 2024 is accordingly read the second time. Yes, honourable members, what promises? It's late. I wanted to join the debate, but it's late. It's 6 p.m. Members have done too well for a day. I think it will be appropriate time to bring proceedings to a close. Yes, leaders, let me hear from you.
Speaker,
The Speaker, you are right, but I think it would be appropriate to refer the statement to the House Committee so that they will be able to do justice to it and bring a report to the House. And it will still give you the opportunity to guide the House and our democracy going forward. We don't have to leave it in suspense like that. I think it's a statement worthy of consideration.
Very well. If members agree to that, I'll do. I refer to the committee. But you see, we have a committee on the privileges, which responsibility is for provide ethics and guidelines. We have done that, but nobody works by it. Very well. The statement made by the Honorable Majority Leader, titled Rising Impunity in Ghana, a Threat to Democracy, the Role of the Political Class, is hereby referred to the what was the committee? Well, let me refer to the House Committee to discuss and bring a report with what role the political class can play in stemming the rising impunity in the country. I so direct. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to bring you back, but I was amazed to hear my leader at the other side trying to draw you into the debate and actually said we're Catholic. I thought it's a matter of concern that
was a matter
he said
long
it in
gone.
jest.
He said it in
But
jest.
to bring a speaker into a debate and say he's a Catholic.
Well, I'm a Catholic. He only made a statement of fact. Yes, leaders, if you have any announcements, let's make them now.
Speaker, let me thank you for indulging us and also thank colleagues in leadership and members who have cooperated for us to have prosecuted business to this extent. So having regard to the time, I will move this House to adjourn to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for the adjournment of the House.
Very well. Thank you for the motion, but we've sat for more than 5 hours, so I'll just bring proceedings to a close and say that the House is adjourned till Thursday, July 4th, 2024, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.